Now, with everything measured out in yards, this is the perfect place for us to see speed. I'm out of breath. Now, what we're about to try is unprecedented. 4 cheetahs from Busch Gardens, Tampa are going to be given the opportunity to run the length of a football field. Meanwhile, we'll capture all the action with cameras placed here, 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 and one up there. Also, take a look at this. It's an ultra-high-speed camera. If all goes well, we should capture some incredible details. But first, let's address safety. So, Tim, tell us about the protocol that goes into all this.
Well, we locked down the stadium today. I brought all of my trainers with me, and of course, the cheetahs have been trained for this behavior. All we need to do now is put them on the field and let them do what they do best.
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay, it looks like our first cheetah is ready to go, and the clock is counting down. Now, there's no guarantees. It's all up to the cheetah. He's either going to run or he's not going to run. But if it all goes according to plan, this might be the very first time that the world's fastest land animal is running on a field that's usually reserved for the fastest humans. Ooh, here we go. Whoa, look at that. He is just burning down the field right there. That's absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see how fast he's going. Okay, now let's take a look at it again, but this time on the big screen. Now, imagine that you're the prey. Realize that the cheetah, in theory, could keep up this speed along the length of several football fields. That's absolutely breathtaking. It's amazing to think about it. Now, remember, we also captured this in extreme slow motion, so let's take a look at that. This is the level of extreme detail we were hoping to see. Look, the speed is almost instantaneous. In the first 30 yards, he's already up to top speed. You can see his spine elongating with every stride. That's what's giving him the power. And look at that tail. Now, this is a straight run, so the tail stays pretty steady. But if this cat were chasing prey, you can bet that the tail would be shifting from one side to the other, changing balance for quick maneuvers. And watch the head. It's always pointed straight forward, always locked in on that target. As our team sets up for another run, let's talk about what would be happening if the cheetah were running at these speeds out in the wild. All right, now, I'm a cheetah, and I've just landed a gazelle. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm pretty wiped out right now. And remember, I've been running at incredible speeds, and I'm getting dangerously overheated. I just need to relax and cool down, but hope that some other predator doesn't come along in my weakened state and try to steal my meal.
Can I get up now?
Oh, sorry, Dave. Good job being a gazelle. So, okay, I've dragged my prey out into this shaded area, and I am full. Time to just kick back. After all, with a 50% catch rate, I am one of the most efficient predators on the African plains. I'm just saying. I got nothing to prove. So I'm just gonna sit back, digest, and watch the scenery. That's tomorrow's lunch. Okay, it's now time for our next cheetah run. The clock is set, the radar is ready, and he's off. Look at those yard lines going by. Now, a lot of football players dream of speeds like this. Okay, let's call up the actual time and speed. Not quite as fast as the first one, but it's still pretty doggone fast. Now, make no bones about it, these guys are running at average cheetah speed, and they can run faster if they need to. Which leads us to our next setup. What if we were to compare these average cheetahs to a human in top condition, an athlete known for speed and agility? That's exactly what we'll see when we return to the gridiron with a side-by-side comparison you won't want to miss.
Chuck, we can't wait to see the human-to-cheetah comparison. We've now learned about several cheetah adaptations and seen a demonstration of their incredible speed. But how do cheetahs behave when they aren't chasing prey? Let's learn a little bit more about the social lives of cheetahs from someone who works with them every day, animal care specialist Ashley Lutz-Nelson.
To understand cheetahs, you have to first know where to find cheetahs. While a small population survives in Asia, most of the world's estimated 12,000 wild cheetahs dwell in the open plains of Africa, which makes perfect sense. The tall grass of the savanna provides ideal camouflage. And when the moment is right, the cheetah leaps out of hiding and springs into action. taking full advantage of speed and maneuverability. Whoa, 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 let's stop right there. If this is the cheetah image you were expecting, a solitary cat living and hunting on its own, then you're only partially right. Unlike other certain big cats, cheetahs can be highly social. For instance, while a female cheetah prefers isolation, male cheetahs are just the opposite. They band together in small groups called coalitions. There are no hard rules who joins a coalition. Often, it's brothers from the same litter. Though some coalitions do include unrelated males. Either way, one of the male cheetahs will emerge as the dominant leader of the coalition. The coordinated approach of a coalition provides lots of advantages. Greater success as hunters, greater protection from other predators, and better odds when it comes time to fight single male cheetahs for territory. Males in a coalition are also much more likely to do well in finding mates, and that's where things get a little peculiar. Remember, in normal situations, the female prefers isolation, but come mating time, everything changes. Now, there's nothing unusual about employing a few upgrades to attract attention. A little makeup, some sweet-smelling perfume, maybe a cute top, all perfectly normal, right? Well, when it comes to cheetah's means of attraction, let's just say it's a bit unusual. When the female is ready to mate, certain hormones are released in her urine. This new scent attracts males and sends a clear signal to all potential suitors. It's mating time. Mating can include frequent contact over several days, but then the males lose interest and disappear, leaving the female to raise their young. Cheetah mothers nurse, groom, and do the best they can to protect cubs from other predators. Honestly, though, the protection part has its severe limitations. Even though mom moves and hides the cubs frequently, it's still a losing battle, with lions, hyenas, baboons around looking for an easy meal. As few as 10% of wild cheetah cubs make it to adulthood. Despite all the surrounding hazards, cubs still somehow manage time for play. Rough and tumble games prepare young cheetahs with the skills they'll need to survive. They also begin learning and practicing the cheetah way of communicating. If you're expecting the roar of a lion, sorry, think more of the lines of this guy. Cheetah vocalizations include bird-like chirps and bleating noises, as well as hissing and growling, and a good amount of purring, just like this house cat. Okay, so not the most fearsome in the sound department. However, with mom's help, cubs do grow into formidable hunters. By the age of 18 months, cheetahs are ready for their own territory and their own coalitions. By 3 years of age, the female cheetah is ready for mating, and the whole cycle starts over again. Now, as social animals, it makes sense that cheetahs form relationships with other cheetahs. However, in special situations, cheetahs are capable of forming relationships outside their species. Just consider the case of Cassie and Matani. Cassie came to Busch Gardens as a rescued cub, and from the start, caregivers knew they had a challenge. With no other cheetah cubs around, who would Cassie form a sibling relationship with? The solution? Another rescued animal, but not a cheetah. Instead, the animal care team found a yellow lab puppy in need of a home. Enter Matani. After initial introductions, the two quickly became the best of friends. They play the same roughhouse games, they share the same habitat, and eat their meals together just like you'd expect to see with coalition siblings out in the wild. And even as Cassie now rapidly matures into a full-grown cheetah, the sibling bond with Matani still endures, proving that a cheetah's need for social connection transcends the instinct to stay with its own species. Just like coalitions in the wild, Cassie and Matani are expected to stay together for the rest of their lives.
Now it's time to go back to Tropicana Field, where our own Chuck Carreau is ready with a special guest and the Human Cheetah Challenge.
You're looking at a top-conditioned athlete known for making fast runs and quick maneuvers, just like a cheetah. So, how will this human athlete compare to the star athlete of the animal world? Let's find out. In each of our cheetah runs, we've had a camera up in the catwalk recording all the action. Now, it's time to use that footage. And thanks to some video magic, we'll be able to see the human and cheetah in a direct comparison of speed and time. It'll be as if both were running side by side. How you feeling today?
Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good? I'm assuming you've never done anything like this before, race against a cheetah.
No, never even dreamed of anything like this. Kind of looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone has the opportunity to race against a cheetah, but you're going to do it.
Yeah, definitely, you know, being a fan of big cats, it's a great opportunity to come out and you know, do something that I like to.
Now, any thoughts on how you're going to compare?
Probably not very well, you know. They're pretty fast animals, so we'll see what happens.
They are fast, but I hear you're pretty fast, so we're going to see.
All right, we'll see.
Well, it looks like he's ready, and he's off. Now, we knew this man was fast, but he is going fast. He is not holding back. That is cheetah speed right there. Let's see how he compared against the cheetah. Here's his top speed, 24 miles per hour. Now, by human standards, that is impressive. But now, let's take a look at the same footage and bring it head-to-head with the cheetah. And here they are, side by side. The cheetah's immediately off to a faster start, and take a look at this. The cheetah's already at the 50-yard line. The human athlete is only at the 30. So how do you feel it went?
Exactly how I thought it was going to go. I didn't win. So, you know, like you said before, they're the fastest land animal and really didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, you got to respect. You got to respect the power of the cheetah.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, man.
Yep, thank you.
Looking at the slow motion, you can see similarities and dissimilarities. Both have long strides. Both exhibit incredible focus, but the difference is definitely in the time. The cheetah's top speed, 44 miles per hour. Meanwhile, our athlete's best speed, 24 miles per hour. That's a 20-mile-per-hour difference, without the cheetah even knowing he's competing.
What you just saw is just the beginning. Check out behind-the-scenes views and additional high-speed cheetah run footage at shamutv.com. Our care for these animals illustrates a positive example of the human-animal connection. However, we wouldn't be telling the whole story if we didn't face a hard truth. Cheetahs are in a race against time for their own survival. As Conservation Ambassador Julie Scardina explains, although human impact has played a heavy role in pushing cheetahs to the edge of extinction, we also have the ability to ensure their survival.
You're looking at the oldest of the big cats. In fact, the earliest known cheetahs date back some 4 million years. But to understand the plight of the modern cheetah, you just have to go back, 10,000 years, to the end of the last ice age. By the time things thawed out, as few as 500 cheetahs existed, which means today's cheetahs all come from a handful of common ancestors, sharing so much DNA, it's as if they're all identical twins. This lack of genetic diversity limits their breeding success and ability to ward off disease. Despite the small gene pool, cheetahs were able to build up their numbers over the years. But then came the worst threat of all, human-caused impacts.
The cheetah is an animal that doesn't do well in protected game reserves, so that 90% of the cheetahs living out in Africa are found outside of protected areas where they're in direct conflict with humans and their livestock.
No matter how you add it up, cheetahs are on the losing end of that conflict. In a relatively short amount of time, cheetah populations have suffered dramatic declines. Hunting and poaching have definitely taken their toll. However, the real impact comes simply from the number of humans now living in traditional cheetah ranges. There's less prey to hunt and less space to hunt in.
Most of the cheetahs are found in fragmented populations. 2/3 of them are very small populations, maybe 50 animals, 25 animals, throughout about 2/3 of the countries.
Which is why groups like the Cheetah Conservation Fund are so important. As head of CCF, Dr. Lori Marker hopes to stabilize and restore cheetah numbers.
From our base in Namibia, where we have a research and education center, we're working to save the wild population of cheetahs from Namibia and throughout the range.
So here's the basic challenge. You've got humans that need land to grow food and raise livestock. You've got cheetahs that live on that land and sometimes have to prey on that livestock. You want to save the cheetah, but you don't want to hurt the farmer's livelihood. What do you do?
We work with the farming community to protect their livestock, grow their wildlife, and actually maintain landscapes that allow predators like the cheetah on their land.
The Cheetah Conservation Fund also provides one other key solution: dogs. Specifically, Anatolian Shepherds. CCF breeds and then places the dogs with farmers to guard their stock. And the Cheetah Conservation Fund teaches the farmers how to care for and utilize the dogs. And they also provide free medical care for the animals. To date, nearly 200 Anatolian Shepherds have been placed as livestock guardians and have had a dramatic impact by reducing the number of wild cheetahs trapped and killed in Namibia. And cheetah conservation can also happen closer to home. The White Oak Conservation Center here in the U.S. is renowned for research, rehabilitation, and conservation of a variety of animals, including cheetahs. The goal is to increase genetic diversity and bolster population numbers.
Every cub that's born, we look at within a 2-year period trying to place them into another zoological institution. The Cheetah Species Survival Plan sets up so that we can look at the genetics of all the individual animals, and then we'll have a better idea of who should be breeding with whom and who shouldn't be breeding with whom, which is very important as well.
This work to strengthen the cheetah's genetic mix, combined with a better general knowledge of cheetah numbers and movement, as well as conservation in their native ranges, should contribute greatly to this amazing cat's survival. But when it comes to saving a species, the work of conservancies like White Oak and the Cheetah Conservation Fund are only part of the story. The other part is you. There are so many ways to get involved, plus a wealth of online resources to turn to. One place to start is our own Shamu TV Saving a Species webpage. Make a visit, learn more about cheetahs, and then share the knowledge with your friends. Before you know it, you'll be plugged in with people all over the globe, all committed to making sure cheetahs stay with us for generations to come.
Now let's turn back to our experts for a quick recap of what we call Saving a Species Wild Round. Each expert has 15 seconds to give a quick overview of their top content takeaways. Remember, 15 seconds, starting now.
With today's demonstration, we should all walk away with a greater appreciation for the cheetah, a magnificent animal, knowing that when its survival's on the line, it can be even faster and more agile in the natural environment.
Everything about a cheetah is over-engineered.
That big old heart.
Flexible spine.
Non-retractable claws.
Black stripes under the eyes to absorb sunlight.
Guideliner, yeah, I like it. Rotor-shaped tail.
Really tiny head.
Don't mention the head because they don't like it.
Oh, it makes them faster though, it's aerodynamic.
Tigers don't have little heads.
Cheetahs are an amazing and unique species of cat. They're playful, they're social, they form coalitions with their brothers that last a lifetime. They even have vocalization similar to small cats, even though they're as big as a large cat.
There's no reason cheetahs can't survive. It just takes awareness, knowledge, and positive actions. After all, it worked for the American alligator, the elephant seal, and the bald eagle, to name a few. When we care, do the science, and act, we can all help save species.
Today we've learned about cheetah adaptations, their speed and social life, and hopeful plans for their conservation. But that's just the beginning of the story. To learn more about cheetahs and other incredible animals, visit shamutv.com. Each week we'll post activities, games, and behind-the-scenes videos to help inspire you to make a difference in the lives of cheetahs. We'll also encourage you to become a fan of the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund Facebook page. Until next time, I'm Bill Street saying thanks for watching and for your part in saving a species.
Good evening. My name is Amy Sayward, and I will serve as moderator for this candidate forum. This forum is sponsored by the League of Women Voters of Murfreesboro, Rutherford County, and the City of LaVergne. The League believes that candidate forums provide an excellent opportunity for voters to become more familiar with the candidates and with their positions. It is my pleasure to welcome both the audience here at the LaVergne City Hall and our viewers at home for this program. Please know that as the moderator, I am not publicly affiliated with any candidate or any party. This evening, we will be hearing remarks from the candidates for the City of LaVergne Board of Aldermen. Before introducing the candidates, I would like to outline the procedure for the forum. Each candidate will be asked to make an opening statement in a 2-minute period. When all candidates have completed the opening statement, then several additional questions will be asked. The candidates will respond to each of those questions with a 1-minute answer. The candidates will be allowed 2 minutes to answer the last question and make any closing remarks. We want to take this opportunity to thank all of the residents who took the time to send in questions for tonight's forum. These questions were reviewed by a committee of the League of Women Voters, and several questions regarding the topics submitted by citizens were included in the list that was forwarded to me and to the candidates. I have selected the questions to ask this evening that will address many, but certainly not all of the current issues facing the City of LaVergne due to our time constraints. Again, I want to thank all of the candidates for their gracious acceptance of our invitation to participate in this event. Starting first with introductory remarks tonight is Mr. Graham Coates.
Good evening and thank you. I've been a LaVergne resident for 28 years. I've been married to my wife Tammy for 31 years. I grew up and attended colleges in Cambridge, England. We live in Lake Forest Estates and I own a business here in the city. I've been in aviation for 40 years. I'm also a general aviation pilot. I've worked with the present and past 6 mayors on different boards and committees, volunteering my time, been part of the Planning Commission for 20 plus years. I've seen tremendous growth in the city and the financial impact, and I feel I can continue to be a great asset to the City of LaVergne. I'm also representing the city on several boards, including the Board of Zoning Appeals and Economic Development Advisory Committee. I've been in Alderman for the past 2 years, and the Board of Mayor and Alderman have worked hard to institute major infrastructure projects, including, but not limited to, the widening of South Walden Road from I-24 to Rock Springs Road, building a new fire station on Old Nashville Highway, planning ahead by approving the cost to survey the planned widening of Old Nashville Highway. In addition, continuing and funding the plans for new city facilities. The Planning Commission and city staff are presently going through the lengthy process of updating the city's zoning and subdivision regulations, which have not been done since the 90s. I've been able to utilize my knowledge of planning and zoning for structure and regulations which will bring the city at the forefront of surrounding cities and counties. LaVergne needs quality leadership with experience and knowledge to continue its growth. With my long involvement with the city, I feel I can continue moving the city in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Huff.
Good evening, citizens of LaVergne. Thank you to the Rutherford County League of Women Voters for planning this forum. I'm Carol V. Haas, member of the LaVergne community since 1997. I'm a retired lieutenant colonel from the U.S. Army Reserves, serving 25 honorable years, and was deployed in support of the Persian Gulf War and 3 times for Operation Iraqi Freedom. I served in various leadership roles during my time in the service to include company commander, detachment commander, and battalion commander of various military police units. I've been employed at Vanderbilt University for 32 years, rising in the ranks from secretary to division administrator. I'm responsible for all the administrative functions in the division and work with various areas including human resources, finance, contracts, and grant submissions. I graduated from Middle Tennessee State University with a Bachelor of Arts degree and Trevecca University with a Master of Business Arts degree. I raised my son in LaVergne, participating in the recreation leagues and volunteering within the community. I'm a member of Box 100, the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, in the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. Also, I have volunteered with the Baseball and Softball League since 2020. I love this community, and I appreciate your support in voting for me as your alderman.
Thank you. Next will be Kara Hobbs.
Good evening. My name is Kara Hobbs, and I'm honored to offer my services as a candidate for Alderman of LaVergne. In 2007, my husband purchased his first home here just across the street from LaVergne High School. A few years later, we married and put down our roots and made it our first home together. In 2017, we built our forever home in the Ridge in the South Waldron community and welcomed our daughter and future student of Rock Springs Elementary. After relocating to Tennessee in 2011, I attended Tennessee State University, receiving a Master's of Science in Nursing. I've spent the last decade serving Rutherford County as a nurse practitioner, and I'm currently employed as a primary care provider in Murfreesboro. In addition to serving our local community, I spend much of my spare time involved in international mission work. I serve on the board of directors of a nonprofit organization for the prevention of human trafficking in Cambodia and Southeast Asia, known as Freedom's Promise, where I serve as the medical missions coordinator. Since 2015, I've led several other medical missions serving the oppressed populations of India, Cuba, and Africa. I've openly expressed my concerns in public formats about the rapid growth of our city, development pushing forward without proper planning or infrastructure, and without considerations for preserving the characteristics of our existing neighborhoods. I'll voice my desire to see our city elevated to the quality of life we all deserve. There's so much positive development occurring around our city, yet I feel LaVergne has been left feeling stagnant and immune to this prosperity. As your alderman, I would strive to bring responsible growth to our city, elevating the quality of life for the citizens of LaVergne by revitalizing our neighborhoods and applying for additional grants to do so. The only effective accomplishment is through collaboration with our citizens, including those that are not elected or in appointed positions, and in a form that allows us to engage the community in decision-making and what's best for our neighborhoods.
Thank you. Next will be Kathy Tyson.
Hello, my name is Kathy Tyson. I am running for LaVergne Alderman, and I want to thank Ms. Sayward, Ms. Ibarra, Commissioner Oliver for coming today, Ms. Cohn, and Ms. Black, as well as everyone in our audience here and whoever is watching. I also want to thank all the staff for staying late tonight, running the equipment, and generally supporting all the candidates. I do have some experience to talk about, but I'm going to talk about personal things. I have lived here in LaVergne for 20 years. I'll be married 36 years in December. I always joke and say we've been married twice, but we actually renewed our vows. I have two daughters. One of them is in South Korea teaching English, and the other one lives locally, and she is the mom of my two grandkids, who are my pride and joy. Experience-wise, I do have a Bachelor of Science degree in journalism and media from Murray State University. I'm a certified municipal finance officer, a certified municipal clerk and recorder. I have written grants. I currently manage a multi-million-dollar budget. I previously worked at the National Association of State Treasurers, where we lobbied Congress to get tax exemption on earnings from what is now called 529 college savings plans, named 529 because that's the part of the IRS code that sits in. When I worked for the city as a PR director, I also did economic development. We brought Walmart Bojangles. Working with former Mayor Mosley, we expanded Old Timers Festival, built a playground, started the Christmas parade, and started the July 4th event. I am a member of the Industrial Development Board and a former member of the Historical Preservation Committee and the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. And I just again want to thank everyone for either watching or attending tonight, and to the League of Women Voters, thank you.
Thank you. So our first question, again, a reminder to our candidates, you'll have 1 minute to answer the question. We'll start with question 1 with Ms. Haas. So the question is, what specifically have you done to prepare to serve as an alderman if elected?
To prepare for an alderman if elected, I started attending the Planning Commission workshops and the Planning Commission meetings so that I can learn more about the zoning ordinances and the various other areas of LaVergne that are of concern to the citizens. I also started attending the Board of Mayor and Alderman workshops and the meetings to further my education in the way the city works. As I stated in my opening comments, I'm a retired lieutenant colonel, so I am familiar with how city works, government works, having been deployed several different times. Also, I volunteered in the community. I volunteer at the senior center. I volunteer with the Parks and Rec. Anytime there's an event that I can volunteer, I'm out there and I'm talking with the citizens of LaVergne. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hobbs, same question.
Sure. Over the last 4 years, I've attended several planning commission meetings and the Board of Mayor workshops, along with the meetings as well. I often utilize the live stream if I'm unable to be there in person. I've met with our elected officials over the years, even met with others here today with previous experience to understand their perspective on the issues. I've also met with many of you, our citizens, this past year to hear your priorities and concerns for the city. My previous experience as a nurse practitioner has given me the essential critical thinking and problem-solving skills it takes to be an advocate for our city. My experience with international missions has taught me the importance of diversity and inclusion, adaptability to the needs of the community, and the necessity of planning and organization, strong work ethic, and the ability to give voice to those who feel that they've not been seen or heard.
Thank you. Ms. Tyson.
Thank you. I have to prepare to serve as alderman. I have talked with a lot of residents. I have asked a lot of residents, what are your concerns? What do you want to see for LaVergne? What kind of retail do you want to see? I have had many, many conversations with the people who live here. I have also had many conversations with the staff who work for the city to find out what their concerns are, and they do have some pretty real impactful concerns. As far as experience in preparing, I do attend the Board of Mayor and Alderman work study meetings and the workshops and their regular Board of Mayor and Alderman meetings. I have attended the Government Finance Officers Association conferences to learn more about the new laws with government accounting and what's coming down the pike with the government. Also attend the Municipal Clerks and Recorders Conference each year. And I talk to a lot of people. What's on your mind?
Thank you. Mr. Coates.
Over the past 20 years, I've loved serving the city and its citizens. During my terms on many boards, including but not limited to the Planning Commission, Board and Zone Appeals, Economic Development Board, Industrial Development Board, and now 2 years as an alderman, I have the experience, integrity, and history to serve as an alderman. Thank you.
Thank you. For our second question, we'll start with Ms. Hobbs. So the question is, do you think the city of LaVergne is doing enough to ensure that its citizens have safe drinking water? If not, what else could the city do?
Yeah. I've researched this topic a lot the past week and a half, but I've not found a lot of data regarding this specific issue. I do have a colleague that is a senior engineer at the wastewater treatment plant in Nashville that I'd like to get more insight on this topic before I make a statement. Though I don't have an answer for this question this evening, I'm happy to take a closer look into the issue and post an answer to my Facebook page later this week.
Thank you. Ms. Tyson?
Thank you. As far as our safe drinking water, I know every year municipalities or utility districts are required to print and distribute a consumer confidence report. And in those, they will say what kind of problems they have faced throughout the year. If there's, for example, E. coli in the water, we want to know that, and that is in that consumer confidence report. They usually either mail it out or it would be on the city webpage. TDEC, the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, they look very, very carefully at all utility districts, and they are making sure that if your water is not good, they're going to come after you. So I think that the city is doing a good job, because if they're not on notice from TDEC, that means they're doing a very good job. Also, several years ago, they did revamp the water treatment plant. It got all cleaned out, painted, and everything. So I'm hoping that has still been maintained.
Thank you. Mr. Coates?
The water plant provides water that meets the national guidelines. We are continuing to upgrade the water plant to ensure that LaVergne has safe drinking water for its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Haas.
Yes, I think the City of LaVergne is doing a great job ensuring the citizens have safe drinking water. The water department is operated by Inframark and has been very successful. Danny submits a monthly report to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen with accomplishments and challenges during the previous month. Danny is on top of any citizen complaints and is able to speak about those complaints at every meeting. He gives the citizens a personal touch. Thank you.
Thank you. For our third question, we'll start with Ms. Tyson. The question is, how should elected city officials use social media and other mechanisms to hear from and communicate to constituents?
I think social media is very important in any government function. I think that it is good for elected officials to use social media to be able to reach out to their constituents. My big concern, however, is I don't think LaVergne, the city itself, is using it as well as it could be. As the person who actually set up the city Facebook page several years ago, a lot of the departments also have them, and I encourage that, but I would like to see the city page take whatever is shared by the police department, by Public Works, by the senior center. All these other people have their pages. We need to bring it together in one central location, and I think that way the most people can be reached without having a fear of being left out of groups or blocked by other people.
Thank you. Mr. Coates?
On social media, there appears to be a lot of misinformation going out. And so I suggest citizens call me directly to answer their questions and for me to listen to their comments and their suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Haas?
Social media can be used as a positive means of communication. I feel face-to-face communication is more effective as comments on social media can be taken out of context. A chat over coffee can be more effective. Thank you.
Ms. Hobbs?
Yes, I believe social media should be streamlined and run by a professional public information officer who would serve as a liaison for the city manager, leadership, and elected officials in communicating with the media and public regarding breaking news, events, and long-term strategies. I do not believe elected officials should have sole discretion to disclose city business on personal pages or profiles unless that information is being shared from a city official page. Many social media platforms allow for censorship and unproductive debates that result in nothing more than heated banter and misguided text and gets us nowhere as a city.
Thank you. Our fourth question will start with Mr. Coates. Crime prevention is an important city issue. Please share with us how you plan on addressing this issue, taking into consideration your understanding of what solutions have been supported and recommended by the residents.
We get a monthly report from the police department, and the police department at the present time are doing a tremendous job of keeping LaVergne safe. Some of the things I'd like to see the police department get involved with will be body cameras, which I think we are discussing as a board, and hopefully that will improve the communication between the citizens and the police department themselves.
Thank you. Ms. Haas?
Crime prevention is very important in a city and in any community, and our police department is fully staffed at this time, which Chief Davis reported at a previous Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. Also, safety within the community depends on the citizens doing their part by locking their car doors at night, taking valuables out of their vehicles, making sure their homes are locked up, and having situational awareness to know what is going on around them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hobbs?
Yeah, I agree with the former two statements. I believe our police department does an outstanding job. Chief Davis does an excellent job. But one of the main concerns that I have heard from some of our citizens is just the concern for our youth. Programs and support for programs that are in our youth. I think that's an essential part of what we need for growth in our city and keeping those juveniles occupied, doing something productive. There are several programs already in place, but I'd like to see our city give them some kind of support in addition to that. I also support Board of Civilians to help. with any kind of input that they could provide. And it's not just our youth, it's, as Carol had mentioned before, we need to be accountable for our own actions, locking car doors, making sure that our valuables are out of sight. But yes, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tyson?
Thank you. I believe that our police department really does a great job. But as far as crime prevention, I think that really starts almost in the cradle. We need to have, deterrence is a top priority. I think that if we have programs for our youth to be more involved and to meet the police officers and maybe do ride-alongs with the police officers, that would be great. I do agree with Alderman Coates about the body cameras. That is actually one of the issues that some of the citizens brought to me, that we need to make sure that our police have body cameras. That is for citizen protection as well as police protection. Another thing that we really need to talk about are our very, very dark streets. I think that, and this is something that will go hand in hand with crime, light those street lights up. If we have dark areas, make sure the light bulbs are changed or add the street lights in those areas. That's going to keep people safe. And then finally, before she stop, mutual aid with other cities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question number 5, we'll start with Ms. Haas. What do you think that city government could do to improve the appearance of the Murfreesboro Road area?
Currently, the city does have a grant from the government to build sidewalks on Murfreesboro Road, and they do an update on the progress of this grant at every Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is I think it's in the approval stage with some of the light studies and other, I would have to go back and look at the meeting to make sure. Also, storefronts attending the Planning Commission meeting. The builders and the developers, they have a standard for storefronts now. Also, I would like to see more landscaping on the current storefronts. I think that adding plants and trees would also help with the appearance of Murfreesboro Road.
Thank you. Ms. Hobbs?
Yes, I believe I would like to see our city implement the Tennessee Main Street Grant Program that would focus on design, economic restructuring, city promotion, and organization. The Tennessee Main Street Program is administered by the Tennessee Department of Economic and Community Development and follows a proven downtown utilization model developed by the National Main Street Center, which is a subsidiary of the National Trust for Historic Preservation. As your alderman, I would take personal responsibility in helping complete this application process, spending the last 2 or 3 months probably assuring that our city would be eligible for such a program. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tyson?
Thank you. I have talked about this on my Facebook page where I'm running for alderman. I think the city needs to set aside about $250,000, maybe even $300,000, to offer low-interest loans to businesses who wish to clean up, paint their buildings, beautify it, whatever. It would be a very strict process that they would need to go through, and that would include having bankers and other financial people sit on that committee to determine if they are financially sound enough to loan that money at the low interest rate. Also, we had an overlay plan where new businesses, as they came in, they had to put like the nicer street lights up. I have only seen one business that has had that, and I would like to see that occur more, to have nicer street lights, especially on the Main Street area. But I think that low interest loans to local businesses would be great to clean up their business.
Thank you. Mr. Coates?
With the present overlay district, the new buildings going up on Murfreesboro Road have to comply with greater restrictions on building products that could be used for their buildings. And as we move forward with our new subdivision, zoning and subdivision regulations, the citizens have already seen a dramatic improvement and the new buildings have been constructed, and we plan to continue this in the right direction.
Thank you. Our next question, we'll start with Ms. Hobbs. Do you support term limits for mayor and alderman members? Why or why not?
I'm in support of term limits for both mayor and alderman members. In supporting term limits, we support new people with fresh ideas. that are strictly focused on serving the interests of their constituents during their short time in office. It also safeguards public service from those who seek to exploit it for personal gain. Term limits would motivate our board to be more aggressive in action planning, knowing their time comes with an expiration date. Without a clear end to their term of service, a sense of urgency is lost to address the issues that they specifically ran to fix. What's worse is they hold their constituents out, promising a perfect solution, keeping the issues at a valuable campaign talking point, even though their ideologically perfect solutions are impossible to enact. A hard term limit adds the pressure for our representatives to actually do the job we hired them to do.
Thank you. Ms. Tyson?
Once upon a time, many, many years ago, I was absolutely against term limits because I felt like that takes, if you have a really good congressman or someone like that that is doing a great job, you get the rug pulled out from under you and you lose that congressman or your state official. However, watching what has happened up in DC where people are members for life, I have changed that opinion, and I try to be flexible with my opinions. I think at this point term limits really are necessary to bring in new ideas and new voices to the table instead of having certain people at whatever level of government run roughshod over everyone else. So yes, I do think term limits would be good.
Thank you. Mr. Coates?
I do support term limits. If you look at the city charter today, section 3-3-11, it does in fact include term limits requirements. However, it's up to the board of Mayor and Alderman to propose the requirements, but the city would need to hold an election to approve the term limits.
Thank you. Ms. Haas?
Yes, I support term limits for all government positions. I believe that's across the board pretty much. Term limits provide a new look and voice for the community. The first 4 years, a position starts to get their position in the community and initiates actions that may take time to fulfill. The second 4 years gives the position time to complete initiatives. After 8 years, it's time for a new voice. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with question number 7 to Ms. Tyson. How should the city of LaVergne recruit and retain good city employees?
I think that's a great question. I think when you bring in a new employee, first of all, you have to do constant training. If there's an opportunity for someone to go and learn more about their job, I think that's really important for people to do that. Gives employees a little break from the office while they're learning. But at the same time, I think cross-training for every position. We need to have 2 to 3 people that know every single position in the city in case of an emergency. So cross-training, I think, is urgently important. I think that there are, again, talking to employees, sometimes I feel like they have expressed to me that they've been micromanaged a little bit. I think that employees should have freedom to do their jobs without someone standing cross-armed, waiting for them to come out of the restroom or whatever. But I think that employees should have some flexibility in their jobs, lots of training.
Thank you. Mr. Coates?
This year, the Board of Mayor and Aldermen have given the employees a pay raise, and we need to ensure that the salaries meet and exceed the Middle Tennessee and surrounding areas. In addition, the city employees have good health and retirement benefits. This needs to continue to enable retention of employees.
Thank you. Ms. Haas?
Having worked at Vanderbilt in the HR business for several years, recruiting experienced and good employees is challenging, especially in this market. The employment market is very competitive with salary, benefits, and the opportunity to remote work. LaVergne has market rates for salaries and a great benefits package. I think a hiring fair at least every 6 months would benefit the hiring process. Also participate in other hiring fairs in the area. Reach out to veterans organizations, the National Guard in Smyrna, and possibly up in Clarksville as soldiers are coming out of the military and looking for positions. Come to the great city of LaVergne. We have a lot of opportunities. And also work with other hiring agencies in the area to join them in the hiring process. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hobbs.
I do agree our city has great employee, competitive salary, benefit packages, but I also want to start the question by just saying, like, I think our city does have good employees. However, I'd like to see these employees have the autonomy to fully function within their position. And I think through that professional fulfillment and helping them achieve their professional goals would help retain them here in the city, giving them that autonomy to do their job. I do think that there is an area of improvement for new openings in city positions, and I think we should look within our city for those positions. I've spoken to many of our citizens. Many of you have experience in grant writing. You've done a lot of great things, and I think there are several of you that are eager right here in our own city to serve your city in that capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Coates, we'll start with you for our 8th question. What do you see as the role of city government in meeting the needs of an increasingly diverse population within the city of LaVergne?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes. What do you see as the role of city government in meeting the needs of an increasingly diverse population within the city of LaVergne?
To lead by using my experience and leadership qualities that I have gained during my time of working on many boards within the city, included but not limited to ensuring that citizens are safe and their emergency services have the equipment and training to perform their functions.
Thank you. Ms. Haas?
The role of city government in meeting the needs of the diverse population in the city of LaVergne is hosting more ethnic events. Some ways are working with the Arts and Beautification Committee that was just newly formed in recruiting community artists for murals around the city showing the different ethnicities, reaching out to the residents to participate when there are committee vacancies, and also volunteer events within the community, inviting ethnic food vendors to city events such as Old-Timers Festival and the Block Party, and encourage participation in the rec leagues by coaching teams. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hobbs?
Yes, I think the most important thing is just acknowledgement of these communities. I know at our Old Times Festival, that was the day of the Mexican Independence Day, there was no formal recognition of that. I mean, granted, we all saw the beautiful costumes and the floats and got a little bit of cultural diversity and education if you chose to interact with those individuals, but I think that would have been an area of improvement for us to recognize them and important for their community that we recognize their Independence Day. Also know that there's been a young woman in the community that's had tried for the past several years in Juneteenth efforts to celebrate their community, and I just don't see the city's support behind that. So I would love to see us get behind some of those, our citizens that are trying to bring these issues to light. And most importantly, representation across our boards. I would love to see somebody on BOZA, just with cultural diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tyson?
So city government, the first and most important main function is the protection of life and property. And I think that given the amazing police and firefighters we have, police officers, firefighters, and their leadership, I think that LaVergne is doing a great job in the protection of life and property. I think the quality of life here in our town is urgently important, but again, the city is addressing the quality of life through the Parks and Rec programs, although I would like to see exit surveys as people do participate in activities to get ideas from the public, what they would like to see, what they thought of the event. Library is wonderful. I think the staff does a great job cleaning and maintaining the city. But also infrastructure, I think, is a huge role for the city, making sure the roads are paved, potholes are filled, water, the water is clean and safe, and then also the sewer the wastewater as it leaves the plant to make sure it's good when it goes to Nashville.
Thank you. For our 9th question, we'll start with Ms. Haas. Do you support additional growth in the South Waldron Road area?
Additional growth in any community is a positive project. regardless of if it's in South Waldron Road or if it's in the Lake Forest area or if it's in the Old Nashville Highway area. Currently, the administration is working on economic development and growth, which also would bring in more tax dollars, which would allow the budget to support more activities within the LaVergne area. So development is good, growth is good, brings in more tax money. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hobbs?
Yes, as a resident of the South Waldron community, I don't realistically think anyone in our neighborhood anticipated the agricultural land would stay that way forever. What was anticipated was additional developments similar to what already exists there, such as Woodsong, Pinnacle Point, Martins Bend, McFarland Point, or even the Ridge where I live. I do support growth in the Waldron Road community, but I support growth that's within the character of our existing neighborhood. I don't support high-density housing or commercial development in this community that has been long preserved as single-family homes for decades.
Thank you. Ms. Tyson?
I do support growth, but I want to see it to be smart growth. And that is planning for infrastructure in advance of rezoning into some high-density housing. We've got very narrow roads out in the South Waldron area, and I hear constantly about big trucks driving off the road, blocking. Growth is great, but it has to be smart. We need to also partner with the county to make sure the schools are ready for that type of growth. I think that zoning originally 20, 30, 40 years ago was put in place for a reason. And I think that as we have on the wall up here, honoring our past, building our future, we need to remember in our past why that was designated a certain way. Smart growth is great. Let's keep that up. But plan for the infrastructure first.
Thank you. Mr. Coates?
Yes, I do support additional growth on South Waldron Road, providing the growth is controlled and the city guidelines are met. As like most cities, Middle Tennessee's growth is inevitable. We must manage the growth correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last question before closing remarks, we will start with Ms. Hobbs. If elected, what would you most like to accomplish during your term in office?
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hobbs?
You said Ms. Hobbs?
Yes, I'm sorry. I may have misspoken.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, so this is the last 1-minute question before we move to closing statements.
Okay. So the question.
Yeah, let me repeat the question. So if elected, what would you most like to accomplish during your term in office, Ms. Hobbs?
I would like to see an increase in grant writing. I'd like to see a volunteer board of professionals, as I mentioned before. There are several in this community with experience with that. Come together and collaborate with Ms. Sadler, who is our current grant writer, for her to lead a committee in the process of obtaining funding. There are millions of dollars within the past 4 years that has gone by the wayside because of the lack of manpower and oversight in this particular area. Many residents I've spoke with have volunteered their time and expertise in this area to serve our city, and I think we need to utilize this. I would also like to personally be responsible for collaboration with the Army Corps of Engineers in revitalizing the Hurricane Creek Rec area. It's been absolutely heartbreaking for me to see residents eating their picnics among geese feces on our banks. There's no reason we can't do better for our citizens in providing minimum requirements of a picnic area and a pavilion.
Thank you. Ms. Tyson.
If I am elected, some of the things I would like to accomplish is I think that people who represent the city, whether as an employee or as an elected official, need to understand accountability. I see a lot of times on social media people who have accepted gifts that are valued at more than $50. That would be an up to 1 year in jail as a Class A misdemeanor and a possible $4,000 fine. We need to, the employees and other people need to be aware of that $50 limit. I would also like to see the city open its own animal control office. We've got a lot of feral cats and stray dogs that we can afford to open our own. And then finally, I think that the city did accept or hired an ombudsman for employees. I want to see an ombudsman for the people. Now, elected officials, they do act as that voice for the people, but people have questions about housing or bill relief, and I think that to have an ombudsman would be great for our citizens.
Thank you. Mr. Coates?
If I was elected, I would like to keep moving the city forward in the right direction and ensure growth and infrastructure that is required with the growth is adhered to, and complete the process of the new zoning and subdivision regulations and ensure that the needs of our police and fire departments are met along with all other departments.
Thank you. Ms. Haas?
If elected, I would support the continuing efforts for the economic growth in the community. Look into creating affordable housing. I know at one time, several years ago, that was attempted, but once again, try and look into that. Continue efforts for the sidewalks on Murfreesboro Road, which we have the grant and it is in progress. Continue the support for the Senior Center and the Rec League in the community, support other organizations that provide services to the community, and continue the positive growth of the police and the fire departments to support the community as it grows and develops, and ensure citizens follow the guidelines of the zoning ordinances and the code's regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move to closing remarks. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to share their closing remarks. We'll start with Ms. Tyson.
Oh, goodness, I get to start. I really do love the city. I have been very active for the about 20 years that I've lived here. About a year ago, a couple of friends and I started a foundation called the We Are Hope Foundation, where we did bring blessing boxes. There are no food or qualification requirements for those boxes. Anyone who's hungry can go help themselves without only being able to get food once a month. We have also helped a disabled lady. We got a new roof for her at Southeastern Roofing, provided all the labor and materials along with ABC Supply. I want to see more efforts like that. We had a single mom with 2 kids who didn't have heat or air for 2 years, and the temperatures dropped that winter that we were able to help her to 10 degrees. We were able to partner with Lee Company to get a new HVAC unit. I want to just continue to do that kind of work. I want to also, if I were elected as alderman, really ask some hard questions. We have, for example, in the 8 years prior to the current administration, the debt that was issued was $33 million. In these next 4 years, and including in the debt that's about to happen, they're at about $45.5 million. That is 25% more debt. Now, in fairness, they did pay off other debt, so if you take that debt that got paid off, it was only 20%, 21% more. I think that whoever is elected as alderman, they really need to ask questions when they're doing their budget planning and make sure that some of these budget requests are in line with what our residents need. Every decision made by this Board of Mayor and Aldermen is generational, and I think that people need to understand whatever you vote for today is going to affect us 20, 50 years down the road.
Thank you. Mr. Coates.
If I'm elected, my objectives are continue to be fiscally responsible to the city taxpayers, keep property taxes low, continue to cut wasteful spending, continue to support the improvements of necessary infrastructure for the city, continue to bring in more retail to the city, including more restaurants, use my experience of being on the Planning Commission for 20+ years to manage and continue the growth of the city, support increased transparency to the city government, and listen to citizens on their comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Haas.
Thank you again to the League of Women Voters for planning this forum. I love this community and want to ensure the continuation of the future growth and prosperity of the community. LaVergne is a great place to live. Thank you to the citizens for watching and your support in the election. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hobbs?
I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in this evening to learn more about us, learn more about me, and to learn more about our city and where we are going forward. like to thank the League of Women Voters and you as our moderator for this evening. I just want to make it very clear that my mission is to know, love, and serve the city. To know you as my neighbor, my colleagues, my friends, and to serve those who have entrusted me with their voice. I'll always work in the best interest of my constituents, which in my experience has been a stark contrast to what's been delivered to our community in the last few years. I'm here for the best interest of the city of LaVergne, but what's been forgotten is the city is made up of citizens, people like me and you that have worked hard and invested in our homes, our neighborhoods, and have families that have made LaVergne part of our legacies. Over the past 4 years, I've served on the board of directors of Freedom's Promise and have focused on strategic fundraising and networking to increase annual giving from $500,000 a year to $2.5 million a year. I want to work hard to move our city forward and get it the funding that it needs to move forward into that place. These experiences and values that I've shared with you tonight have contributed to my desire to work for the city of LaVergne as your alderman, and I'd appreciate your vote on November 8th. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, on behalf of the League of Women Voters in the City of LaVergne, I want to thank all of the candidates for their participation tonight. I also want to thank the City Administrator, Bruce Richardson, and Channel 3 Station Manager, Jerry Davenport, as well as our Public Information Officer, Ann Smith, for their help in presenting this program on LaVergne Television Channel 3 and making it available on the LaVergne website and social media network. Early voting begins tomorrow and goes through November 3rd. You may early vote at any one of the early voting locations, one of which is the LaVergne Multipurpose Building. On Election Day, which is November 8th, you will be able to vote at any one of the voting centers located throughout Rutherford County. To find out which location will best work for you, or if you're interested in voting by absentee ballot, please visit the Rutherford County Election Commission website at election.rutherfordcountytn.gov. Please exercise this important right to determine who will be on the LaVergne Board of Aldermen. Remember, your vote counts. May we please close with a round of applause for all of our candidates.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for October 17th, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I'll second it.
I have a motion from Ms. Carol Haas and a second from Chuck Isabel. I wanted to call him Izzy.
It's okay, a lot of people do.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we'll get right into it. We got the Goblins and the Goodies and Zombie Night and Movie Night, and then Miss Kathy has got us a full gig next Saturday, so we'll start out with Miss Kathy, and she can tell us all about what's going on.
All right, so Saturday from 2 to 4 will be the Goblins and Goodies event at the park. We've got about 31 vendors signed up right now to have a booth. So that'll be from 2 to 4, and then starting at 5 o'clock, the Zombie Night with a dance-off. We'll have a DJ at the football field like we did last year. We are going to ask some of the board members if you want to judge the dance-off so we can determine who wins the first, second, and third. And then at 6 o'clock, we're going to do the Addams Family 2 movie, and the Senior Center will be there selling concessions.
How many vendors did we have last year? I don't remember.
We didn't have that many. A lot of the people said they didn't have enough staff. I think maybe 20 to 25 showed up. This year we have a little over 30. I think it's right at 31 right now.
Are we doing political vendors this year?
We do have political vendors, yes.
And I have to give props to David from looking at the weather, as good a job as he did with the other events that we've been having. Saturday, David, is supposed to be phenomenal. Now, I hope I'm not jinxing us, but if the past has taught us anything with the weather being like that, I'm sure we're going to have an abundance of children.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was going to pull up the weather this morning when I got to the shop, and I was instructed not to do so because we don't look at the weather on event weeks. It worked for OTF, so we're not going to look at the weather all week. We're just going to show up and play it by ear and see what happens.
Well, you know, OTF and National Night Out, everything has been so far been great. I don't even think that it's supposed to be cold Saturday night for the movie. It's going to be cool, but it ain't going to be like cold. So, does anybody have any questions about Saturday? All right, so we'll move on to, as we do every year, Veterans Day, November the 11th.
All right. The Veterans Day ceremony is November 11th at 11 a.m. at Veterans Park. Ross and Tabitha Howard and Pastor Randy Berg will be our 3 speakers this year at the event. And we have made the Facebook announcement to sell the flags for the field of flags. And then, of course, the bricks that are always on sale. So they still have time to get those to hopefully be delivered so we can have them on the wall by November 11th.
The bricks for the memorial wall?
Yes, correct.
I saw something on Facebook where one of those was removed.
It was a blank.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But those are always for sale?
The bricks are always for sale, $35. We get a rush around Veterans Day trying to get the bricks on the wall. And then right around Veterans Day, about the month prior, we open the flags for sale.
Okay,
And those,
because the comment on Facebook, somebody, I guess, only had thought that they were not selling anymore.
Right.
So they're always for sale.
correct, they are.
Okay.
Is it just for veterans?
It is just for veterans on the wall, correct.
And
Veterans of the United States military, United States veterans.
Will you guys be set up giving away your world-famous coffee, hot chocolate, and donuts?
Oh, yes, at Veterans Day, we will. We'll have refreshments that morning as well.
Okay. Any questions about that? And now we'll move on down to the Parade of Lights.
Okay, Parade of Lights is the first Saturday of December, which is December 3rd. And the parade will start at 5 p.m., start at City Hall, and then end in the park for the tree lighting ceremony. Chris Clark will be the Grand Marshal, and this year's theme is Fire Up the Holidays.
And anybody that's happens to be watching this on YouTube that may not be familiar, who is Chris Clark?
He
Or you want me to answer that?
I believe he was the prior interim fire chief.
He was.
Yeah,
I
he
think
was.
interim was, but he was assistant and then interim, correct, before going to EMS in Rutherford County?
Yeah, he was our fire
became our
chief.
fire chief.
Yeah.
Oh, so he was actual, okay.
He was our fire chief.
It's not on here, David, but I want to interject with it, just so I'll know, and maybe you got it planned for next month, but I just want to, because of the parade lights and the lighting of the tree, what's the status with the ice rink this year? Am I jumping the gun?
Yeah, we're actually gonna try to install that the week of Thanksgiving, we think. And then, do you have the dates? I didn't bring the dates with me on that.
December 1st would be the employee scape, and then it'll go December 2nd through December 17th. And it'll be available to the public, available Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays.
Okay, I didn't want to jump the gun, but I just wanted to make sure that we start getting the word out there, because I think that thing's going to be a huge hit.
Well, and you know, this year we're expanding, so it's gonna be 50% bigger. Last year, I think we did it Monday and Tuesday. We didn't do it on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And we found out that the Monday and Tuesday, we really weren't getting a whole lot of traffic. So we're gonna do it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this year and try that out.
You're going to open it up where people can sign up when they get there? Because I know we had talked about it before.
In person. We're not going to
Yeah.
do the pre-registration like we did last year.
Okay.
The only day that really filled up was the Winter Festival Day, and that was traffic messed with some people getting there. They didn't get there allotted times. So we're still going to open it on the hour, so you'll get an hour rotation, but it's first come, first serve. So if you show up at 12:30 and it's already at capacity, you'll have to wait till 1.
Okay.
So.
Is it too early, David, to put in an order for like about a 35, 40 degree night that night? Or?
Oh, no, we're already working on that. Actually, I think this year, we have talked about, you know, we did the Winter Festival last year and kind of put everything in the front parking lot. Well, as y'all know, last year, it was a terrible day for weather that day. Rained a bunch of our vendors out. So we had 20-some odd vendors signed up, and I think maybe 5 to 8 showed up. I think we're gonna rent a big tent, maybe a 50 by 100, and put in that front parking lot so the vendors can actually be under the tent and then kind of light that up. In case we do have some bad weather, at least we can still have our vendors there.
Away from the tree.
Yes, in that probably around that middle front, in the front parking lot in between those two light posts.
I like that idea. And hopefully, we will get a good vendor that'll show up with coffee and hot chocolate.
Correct.
I'm sure we'll talk more about this next month, but it's on my mind, and I just wanted to, you know, because you guys worked hard last year. Y'all have any questions about the Parade of Lights? All right, we will move on to the Winter Festival.
Which December 3rd, we're going to have it from 3 to 8. We're going to open it before the parade starts this year and have it a little longer for the vendors. We have the horse and carriage rides. We've got 2 horse and carriage rides coming this year that will take them up through the walking trail in the back of the park and do rotations that way. And we've already opened up the registrations for the arts and craft vendors for the event. And we are currently looking for a warm snack vendor, be it hot chocolate, donuts, something of that nature. So.
I'm just, is that something the senior center would do?
Well, they generally do hot chocolate and cookies after the parade at the tree lighting. I think they're interested in doing that this year. I know last year they couldn't make the tree lighting, so they provided that at the employee family night skate. So I think maybe this year they may be looking at doing both nights. It's something they've generally done in the past. I think they enjoy doing it if it fits into their schedule. I think they did mention, and I probably failed to mention it to Kathy, that that may be something they want to do. Even if we could find another vendor type, we've had several of those in the past. We had like a mini donut here at City Hall, and the senior center was still able to provide the free stuff also.
We want the mini donuts back.
They were supposed to be here last year, so.
Don't get me started, man. I was looking forward to it. I was just thinking, if the center's always been good about doing that, but if they could combine it to where it could be a minimal charge for a fundraiser and still, you know, good for the citizens, that it would be a win-win situation, something just to think about, you know. But, you know, I don't want to put them in there without, you know, but just an idea. That's what we're here for, advisory, you know. Any more questions about this? All right. So we're going to talk about the fall ball clinic.
And I'm going to get Andrew to jump in here too. I think we finished up this past Saturday morning with kind of like a game day, kind of like a play day for all the kids that were involved. So we did have 4 nights of practice type sessions and then followed it up Saturday. 4 good nights, 4 great weather nights. We didn't have a rain out, so we didn't have to reschedule. A lot of participation. Saturday was a great turnout, and as some of you guys know, you guys were there to see it firsthand. Just to see the progress that those kids made from the first night to what we saw Saturday was night and day. Every night they showed up. Parents were great. Can't say enough about the parents and our volunteers. They showed up. You know, I'm sure there's a million things that the parents could have been doing those evenings, but they made sure they brought their kids to the park. So that's what we want. So from what we witnessed in those 4 weeks and Saturday, when the kids left, they were all excited about what was coming in the spring. Had parents asking us about the new league coming in. I didn't see a kid that did not leave with a smile on their face. So I think it was a good experience for everybody. Props go out to the coaches and volunteers, especially on the T-ball side, because I tried to do that for 2 nights, and I was like, I got to have a vacation. Yeah, they were, you know.
It was like a Chinese fire drill.
Yes, sir. So,
like many of y'all know, we're going through a transition where we're changing to the new league, and a lot of the parents want to volunteer with the new league. So I think just having the clinic and having the kids involved, they want to get involved also. So that was a great sign for us moving forward.
So the new thing that we voted on, that worked out for the...
That's what we're going to discuss next, yes. Yeah. But a lot of the parents want to volunteer with that new league.
Oh, okay.
So, yep, they expressed a lot of interest in that over the past few weeks.
Can't say enough about the volunteers. Sunny with Rock Springs Middle, she was huge on the softball side. First night, I think she showed up. She probably had 50 girls down there on that side. Brent Turner, you know, he kind of spearheaded the baseball side. Andrew and his guys had everything out there. So it was very organized for something that was kind of thrown together. I don't say thrown together because a lot of effort did go into it, but just to see the organization and the equipment was on each field when it was needed. It was pretty impressive for our guys to have our whole department jump in. And, you know, they're like anybody else. They could have been at home wanting to spend time with their family, but everybody in our department participated in all 4 nights. So big shout out to them. Them guys are great. Kathy and Sheila, awesome. Andrew was on. I thought he was going to wear himself to death on the shirts. He started ordering them like 2 or 3 months before they came in. So, yeah, we couldn't ask for a better turnout. I think things went off without a hitch.
I'll just add a little bit to that. You said thrown together, is probably not the right word, but it was kind of a quick thing, and everybody involved did great. The park crew, Andrew whipping up hot dogs, man, it was it was good. The kids were happy because most kids. Now there's a few, there's always a few, but most kids, man, they just want to get out and play. And I guess we can just roll this right on into the next one, the ball league, and know that that's going to. And you used one word that I am really, really proud of. Because let's face it, we've not seen it in a while, especially the last 2 years. You used the word organization or organizational. So that's something that between that and another word, communication.
Yeah, and with that being said, I will turn it over to Andrew because him and Julia already have, they've got the communication down. There's been more communication before their contract has ever been in place than with any organization that has been up there since we have been here. So, yeah, I'll let him run that down.
Yeah, like David said, Julie and I, we probably speak at least once a week as of right now. But the last BOMA meeting, the board passed the RFP, which you all basically saw from the last meeting. And then the next month will be the user agreement. So that's just finalizing all the info that our agreement's set for the spring. And once that's done, they're good to go. So, but she's already pretty much toured the facilities. We've kind of expressed when signups are going to start, what our scheduling needs are, what their needs are. So we're moving right along. So.
Yeah, what we want to do is provide them with whatever they need to be successful, whether that be them printing up flyers and us going out on a Saturday and Sunday and standing at the local supermarkets or Walmart and handing them out for them. We're willing to do that, to put their signs up. I'll be honest with you, man. I've been here 12 years, and everything in our department seems like it's trending in the right direction except for that ball league. So that has been a thorn in our side. So we're ready to turn the corner, and I don't see it not being successful. I just don't, because I know their passion is there, their heart's in the right place. They're dedicated to the kids of this community, and anybody that knows her knows that the basketball league, it's a success. So we want to see that spill over onto the ball league side too. And I think we're heading in the right direction.
And so far, I think she's even went ahead and scheduled her board to go ahead and meet up there. So I think they're laying plans pretty quickly to get this up and rolling.
And I know you guys talked about scoreboards. You talked about the sound systems. You talked about the little tweaking things.
The details that
the kids
want to see.
Yeah, that make a ball league excel, and she's I'm not going to go over expectations, but she kind of knows what we're expecting, but at the same time we've got to stay humble and be realistic and grow it gradually. We don't want to go in there and but now if it happens, hey, that's great. So I'm excited. The board meeting with BOMA, once we do that, we can blow this thing out of the water and start talking about it. So.
Yeah, and you've referenced the scoreboards and the stuff like that. We want to make sure when they come in that they're not scrambling to figure things out. We want to make sure everything's working for them, whether that be freezers, if we have to replace some freezers. So it may take an initial investment on the city side just to make sure that stuff is up and running, but we couldn't expect an organization to come in and repair that stuff for us. So that needs to be ready for them once they come in the door. They don't need a headache of figuring out, well, I got 2 fields over here the scoreboards don't work on, As a parent, if you go to a game, you want to see the scoreboards working. So I mean, that's our goal as a department. Andrew's on top of that. Like, he's already met with Julia over, like you said, the PA system and the scoreboard. So there's no doubt in my mind that they're going to have that up and running.
Now, I'm not one to kind of live in the past, but I am curious about one thing. Well, I'm curious about a lot of things. But one thing, if it happens, who would handle it, or can we help? Can we go back to the days of where we used to get sponsors and hang their banner on the fence?
Now, their user agreement, they are able to go out and solicit businesses and put up sponsorships and bring in revenue that way. So that any previous user agreement we've had has had that in there. That's just up to the organization. Now, I know that she's reached out, and I know she has parents that work at different companies here in LaVergne that she's already had them reach out to. So I do know that that is in motion right now. So
Is that something that just Joe Public, us, whoever can, you know?
You can, if there's people you think that would sponsor a ball league, I would definitely send them either to Julia's
I
direction.
know Giles got 2 or 3 in his hip pocket.
Well, you know, Land of Frost
He
used to be a
does.
big one. They give out, the money's there. It's just the organization that had it previously, you know, never reached out to them. When the city ran it, we had Land of Frost. I think when LBSA had it, maybe they had Land of Frost. So that organization's been around here. So there is some money out there waiting. It's just making the contacts.
How do we or them determine the size of the banner, how much the banner costs to make, and where do you get them made at?
We can get the banners made, whether we use Front Street signs in Smyrna. I don't know if the vendor, like if, say it was Land of Frost, if they have stipulations, if it has to be a 3x5. I'm not sure. Kathy, do you know? Have you dealt with them?
I don't know. I think we gave out sponsorship packages that they chose.
And that might be something I need to discuss with her. Maybe her board puts in place of what a sponsorship package is, like a level, and then this is what you get for that level.
That's how we did it when we had it with the city.
So different size banners,
Yeah, so
is a different
let's
size.
just say it's $250, you get a 3x5 banner or something like that.
Okay.
Something. And
Yeah, because I'm like everybody else. I think everybody on this board in the city, it's got kids, you guys. I think we're all gung-ho about this league, and we want it to excel. And if there's things that we can do that will help, because if I'm not mistaken, the more banners you get, and the more donations you get, drives down the cost of the entry fee. And I know you all even talked about that, an early entry fee price as opposed to
I think she's gonna have early sign-up registration, and then her registration prices vary based upon what division you are in for your age, so.
All right, I'll
Yeah,
be
and
quiet.
that money's out there, you know, like I think Land of Frost at one time, it may have been up to $10,000, 5 in the spring and 5 in the fall. As long as their name was on the back of a shirt or the front of a shirt, and you took the pictures and submitted it to them so they knew, you know.
Oh, I
It
coached
doesn't
with
cost a
that.
lot of money to put their name on a shirt.
I coached then, I know, man.
It's still a lot to sponsor a complete team as long as their name was on it.
But if you all know anybody that's looking to sponsor kids, I mean, definitely have them reach out to the front office at the park, and we can send their info to Julia and USL and have
Yeah, and
them.
it doesn't have to be like you want to sponsor, you know, you're a $250 sponsor or $500. If you could, I don't know what she's got signed up for a kid, but even $50 could go towards a kid, or, you know, say, I only have $75 here, I'm like to put this towards sponsoring a kid somewhere down the line.
Do you all have, or does she have a template, some sort of,
I would have to get with her on that. I don't think she does right now. I know, like I said, she was supposed to meet with her board this past Tuesday, but they had some scheduling conflicts. So I can touch base with her on that and see what they can discuss there on their meeting and bring that back before you all, just to let you know next month.
all right, well, it won't be long, it'll be here, they'll be doing sign-ups.
Yeah, they have sign-ups scheduled for January and February, practices in March, and the games are right around the 1st of April.
All right, any more questions about the ball league? Well, does anybody, well, let's just do it this way. We'll start with Mr. Isabel. Chucky. I know him good enough now, I don't have to call him Charles.
Only bill collectors call me that.
Do you have anything to add to this meeting?
No, I think it's been a good meeting.
Commissioner Davis?
So we have some really good stuff coming up. I'm really excited about all of this. And also every year, I'm excited to see how it's growing as well. But I also want to thank you all for all of your hard work. We help when we can, but you're pulling all the weight, and we want to thank you for everything.
Ms. Carroll?
Just to, follow up with Laura, thank you to the Parks and Rec Department, the whole group. I mean, y'all are awesome. You're personable to the community, and every event has more community participation. There's more people coming out, even from surrounding communities like Smyrna, Antioch, even Old Timers Festival. I talked to some people that came in from Murfreesboro. So the word's getting out that when LaVergne has an event, it's top A, #1. So thank you all very much. And again, I look forward to the events coming up for the rest of the year, and then January 1st will be around the corner and we'll be starting it again. So thank you all.
Mr. Giles?
Yes, I live in the Brookside community in LaVergne, and one of our HOA guys came to me this week and asked about the park that they're building over there. So just want to know the city's involvement in the park and their what they like to do with it. They're very concerned over there about that park.
The Brookside Park?
Yes, sir.
David?
It is actually it's a TDOT grant, so we have to follow their steps that they put forward. So actually today, I think they just approved the minutes from the Planning Commission when we took it to the Planning Commission 3 months ago, I think. So, we got the grant, we are awarded the grant, but they did need that step added to their history, showing that we as a city did take it to the Planning Commission. So, I mean, it's set up over there. It's going to be a walking trail. It's a play area, a swing area.
Yep, it's gonna have a parking lot, maybe 10 or 12 parking spaces.
Pavilion.
It will have pavilion. And the walking trail should tie into the existing walking trail that is behind the houses now.
Yeah. And then it's gonna have like a youth multi-purpose soccer. We call it a soccer field. It's like a U8 soccer field, but it's not gonna be lighted, so it's kind of just be a multi-purpose field.
And that'll have a couple of benches. That'll be with that also.
Okay. What's the time frame for opening?
I think we have to use that money within 3 years. I would have to double check to see when the clock started on that. I think COVID threw everything behind, because this was actually started in 2020, but we really didn't get to go ahead to start moving forward here until probably within the last 6 months.
Is that the part that you're building? Is that the one we voted on, or is that somewhere else?
That is the.
I think you're talking about the Blue Cross Blue Shield grant.
Yeah, that is another grant that is out there. Okay. That's totally different than this TDAC grant. That Blue Cross Blue Shield grant would be for a playground that we're proposing kind of over around the Hurricane Creek area, where the walking trail dead ends right now. But the one you're talking about, we brought before this board, I want to say in 2020, around December of 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Cole, did you hear the question? I did not. He was talking about he was asking about the Brookside Park. Maybe you or Mr. Graham can update us on.
Sure. We want to come up with so the Brookside Park had to go through Planning Commission and get approval through Planning Commission. Then that, as well as the minutes of the approval, had to be submitted to the state. And so that has been submitted, and we're just waiting for them to release funds, and then everything starts. So it will have a pavilion ADA accessible playground, a soccer field, and some parking. And it is a pocket park designed for the local community, not a big Veterans Memorial Park, similar to how Mannequin Park is.
Well, Giles lives over there in that area, and they were asking him about it, the community. So,
Discussing the planning commission to increase the size of the car park, but looking at the grant, we decided to leave it as it is, because it would have through money to be funded for the park as it would.
Okay, thank you.
And I've gotten a few emails from some residents over there about could we change out the soccer field for a pickleball court. And we actually have one over here with Veterans Memorial, so whereas we don't have soccer, really a soccer field anywhere in the city. So right now it's staying with that.
Okay.
But what other questions were they asking?
More so just concern about the neighborhood. It's a small community over there, you know, in this last phase, it's not connected to the other side of Brookside, so they're concerned about that kind of stuff.
Yes, it is designed to be pocket, so small, something for that immediate community, not one of the larger parks. So I was just over there. I know I've spoken with Kathleen, who lives on Condor, that backs up to where the park will be, and she even has some concerns about where it's at. But this has truly been a long time coming, because this was, Brookside Park was really established under Mayor Mosley, but it was just a walking trail that ended to an open field. So there was no park, and our side of town really hasn't had anything other than the fire station. So this is the start of that. We've discussed some other uses. I know there's one piece of property that's developing where they're giving the city some land, and that will either be for police, fire, or for the parks. And so, but it's moving towards these smaller pocket parks for localized communities, rather than just have something where you would see someone from over here, or let's say McFarland Point or the Ridge. They won't be driving over to this ideally. This is just something that's again small for the local community.
Awesome, thank you.
question for Mr. Coates. Is this going to be a lighted park?
There's no lights.
No lights. Okay.
I don't believe there was any electricity run to the pavilion.
No.
There may be regular, regular security lights, but
At some point, we may install a couple of outlets and a security light there, and possibly a water fountain. Would have to go back and look into the plan. Anything dealing with T-deck, if it's not on the front end, it's hard to get it on the back end. Because like when the mayor said, people asked if there were certain elements that we could change. I don't think we can go in there and do a big change like they're talking about, take that field and turn it into pickleball, since it wasn't proposed on the front end, because what they approved was our basic design that we submitted. Now, there may be a possibility inside those play zones to swap up some equipment, so it's not necessarily the equipment we proposed, but maybe something similar. But something as drastic as even, I think they would consider it drastic where maybe we wouldn't, is even building a bridge across that creek there to the other existing side. I don't even think we could do that, because that was mentioned, and it was like that was kind of taboo since it wasn't proposed on the front end. Kind of similar with kind of what we're going through with the help me out, Andrew.
Greenway.
The Greenway, where we're trying to extend it to the boat ramp. They said, anything you think you may want on there 20, 30 years from now, put it on the front side of it. If you build it on the front end, that's great. If you decide you're not gonna build it on the front end, but you wanna build it 15 years down the road, if it's in your initial plan, that doesn't have to come back for review. You can just go on to the next step. So that's kind of, I think, where we're at on that Brookside Park. Like the mayor said, the minutes have been submitted for the planning commission, so they're pretty much in their system. We're just waiting for the next go-ahead on the next step.
Giles, do you have any more questions about it?
No, sir, thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Ms. Felicia?
Well, I would like to know when y'all find out what the sign-ups are for the children for playing ball, because I personally would like to donate, and I would hope that our board.
Say it again, I didn't hear you.
I personally would like to donate for a child to play ball.
Jerry, you got that on film?
I've donated before, I just don't
I know
tell
you
people.
have, but I have got to give you a
But
hard time.
I do hope that, you know, so that if there are any children that the parents can't afford it, I would like to, and I would encourage our board to
Absolutely.
help
Yeah.
with that too.
Yeah, I'll reach out to Julia and get the prices on that and also talk to her about the sponsorship levels. So, and we'll have that for you next meeting.
Is that it?
That's it.
Only thing I'm gonna do is add to what Carol and Laura and them was saying is, and we come in here every month. I mean, let's say it. We come in here every month and we give you guys props and we thank you for the great job you're doing. There's really no words to say what a great job. We come up there, especially us Boma people and stuff, and everything is set up, it's fixed up. So looking forward to this weekend, and going to be with the weather holding true, it's going to be crazy. Everybody knows that, and I hope all your vendors show up, Kathy, because I know when them vendors don't show up, you get
Yeah, it gets a little hectic.
it gets a little hectic. So we are having a meeting next month according to this, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Because we'd
We
said
have one
something
next
earlier.
month. I don't think we have one planned for December.
Okay. All right, so our next meeting will be November the 21st at 6 p.m., same bat channel, same bat time. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
tell you later.
Good evening. My name is Leanne Carmack, and I will serve as the moderator for this evening's candidate forum. This forum is co-sponsored, like we said, by the League of Women Voters, Rutherford County, and the City of LaVergne. It is my pleasure to welcome both our audience here live at City Hall, as well as our viewers at home who are watching the program. Please know that as a moderator, I am not publicly affiliated with any candidate or party. We have to say that. And before introducing the candidates, I'd like to outline the procedure we're going to follow tonight. At the beginning, each of you will be given 2 minutes to make an opening statement. Then I will be drawing from a list of questions that have been submitted by public LaVergne residents, and some of those have been included in this batch, and some of them probably didn't make the cut. They were reviewed by the League of Women Voters. I want to thank all of the candidates for their gracious acceptance of our invitation to participate. And once you have your 2-minute opening statement, I'll ask these questions and you'll have 1 minute to respond. Please keep an eye on our timekeeper. Speaking first, we're going to go to Mr. Jason Cole. Please start with your 2-minute opening statement.
Good evening. My name is Jason Cole. I'm the current mayor for the City of LaVergne. First, I would like to thank the League of Women Voters for having this forum, as well as the audience for being here and participating. I am someone who has been in this community a long time. My parents built a house roughly 30 years ago, and I spent my teenage years here. When my wife and I got married, we bought our first house here, and we have 2 children, Desmond and Carly, who attend local schools. My wife is a school teacher, and I got involved. I started showing up to meetings and learning about this community, and then volunteering for boards, and then I ran for alderman. And being an alderman, I learned how the city works in different processes and helped to make change. And then I ran for mayor. And over the last 4 years, we've made significant strides, even through a pandemic, to make LaVergne better for everyone. So for me, that's who I am. I'm a father, I'm a husband, and I'm here to help everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick, your opening statement, please.
Hi, good evening. I wanted to thank Jason Cole for hosting the event, as well as Bobby and the League of Women Voters. I've served over half my life with 31 years of active service in the Army as an Army aviator. I retired with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, and now I have an opportunity to serve my community. As mayor, I pledge not to take a salary for my personal gain, but instead will donate the mayor's salary towards infrastructure projects. As many folks are aware, sidewalks, crosswalks, and road maintenance, especially the first 2, are very important to me. Sidewalks and crosswalks and road maintenance. I also pledge to the people of LaVergne to not vote for any changes residential zoning from low-density R1 to high-density R3. I will lead by the will of the people. I will also hold town hall meetings to provide an opportunity for the people to voice their opinion. Additionally, I'd like to create a citizens advisory panel to provide input and a voice for the people, from the people to the mayor and to the aldermen before major decisions are made. For example, the residential zoning changes we have all experienced. Again, I will not take a salary while I'm in office and look forward to serving the people of LaVergne as your mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our third candidate, Mr. John Rutledge, your 2 minutes begins.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for showing up. Thank you for the League of Women Voters for having us here today. I'm a longtime resident here. Family moved here in 1976. Attended LaVergne Primary. Went to Roy Waldron Junior High School. At that time, it was the Lakers. Graduated in 93 from LaVergne High School. Lived here, worked in this community for a little while. 2011, I joined the LaVergne Fire Department as when it was still a private service, owned by James Gafford. Worked there till 2020, December of 2020. So I went through all the way through the city, buying the fire department and through that whole process. Paramedic through the state of Tennessee, currently work for the Nashville Fire Department. Graduated top student in my class at 45 years of age. Shows that I want to work I want to give you what I got. I also graduated with honors in an applied science degree in paramedicine. You know, this is a little difficult for me because I have memories up here. So, family served in this community for a long time, and I have served in this community for a long time. And I want to continue that. I want to serve you. That's why I'm here. I'm honored that citizens have asked me to do this. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll begin our first question with Mr. Mednick. Here we go. What do you feel is the main responsibility of the mayor in LaVergne?
Well, I want to make a difference to my community and the experiences to make, and I have the experiences to make the substantive changes. I'm not a politician. I do not want to be a politician, and I want to represent the people and act on what the people want. Thank you.
Thank you. Same question, Mr. Rutledge.
The main responsibility for the mayor is representing the citizens, nothing more. Representing the employees and nothing more. You know, providing a vision to our administrations and letting them push forward and get everything done instead of us pointing and telling people to do it themselves. So give people leadership.
Thank you. Same question, Mayor Cole.
The main responsibility for the mayor is to represent the city as a whole and to push for the city as a whole to be a better place. At the same time, the city needs a vision, and that's what the mayor is there to set a vision, to set a direction, and to set those guideposts so that the city administrators, the staff directors can take that and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 2, remember we have a 1-minute limit, and this one will start with Mr. Rutledge. How should elected officials use social media to hear from and to communicate with constituents?
So social media is a great tool. It gets information out to a mass group of people very quickly. The problem is that there's also people that don't use it properly. And so I would like to see us, you know, get a more of a streamlined effect, and city officials shouldn't be managing pages and blocking and silencing people's voices, and let nonpartisan people do that and manage those sites, especially when you're trying to get stuff through to the citizens. Even if you don't agree with what they've got to say, they still have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cole, same question, use of social media to communicate with constituents.
Well, social media is a communication tool, and so it is there to communicate information out to residents. So we should be using that in every facet, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, any of our social networks as it changes and progresses. That needs to be getting information out there. City pages are managed by city staff, not by any elected official. So there is no blocking of city pages. But at the same time, there are multiple community groups out there that get information out to residents in a meaningful way. And so those tools should exist, and if it helps to get news and information out there, it absolutely should continue.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick, same question, social media, constituents.
Thank you. We're in the information age era, and I believe social media should be utilized. Everything the board or alderman and the mayor does should be transparent to all the citizens of LaVergne and for the people who elected us. Thank you.
Thank you. Third question, we're going to start with Mr. Cole. Here we go. Crime prevention is an important city issue. Please share with us how you plan on addressing this issue, taking into consideration what has been recommended by the residents.
Well, crime prevention is a very big portion, and one of the big things coming in as mayor that was missing and clamored for by our residents was community policing. So when we moved with our new police chief, Chief Davis, that was the vision and the mindset that we've moved to is community policing, having our police officers get to know the community that they're working through and vice versa, so that people don't just see police and are standoffish to them. They know them. They're friends, their colleagues, and they can work with them. So that's one of the ways that we can do crime prevention is have the police in the community and well-known so that they can work together to prevent crime. We've seen it already. 16% crime has gone down.
Thank you. Same question, Mr. Mednick, crime prevention, and would you support what the residents have recommended?
Okay. I also applaud our police chief, Chip Davis, what he's accomplished in his employment thus far. Under his leadership, the perception of LPD is a positive one. LPD is viable and is very prevalent in and around the community. According to NeighborhoodScout.com, we attained a score of 27%. This means we are safer than 27% of other U.S. cities. Our violent crime rate is 4.83 out of 1,000 residents. Our property crime rate is 15.99 out of 1,000 residents. LaVergne is hiring new officers and recently increased the salaries in order for LaVergne to become more competitive in hiring the officers and, more importantly, retaining the officers. We should also seek additional support from the Sheriff's Department. We're all paying our county taxes, and how many folks have seen a sheriff's vehicle in and around our vehicles or in and around our neighborhoods? So we should see a presence. Neighborhood Crime Watch has shown to be an effective tool in combating crime. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge, crime prevention.
So working alongside the LaVergne Police Department, they all do a wonderful job. Chip Davis has stepped in and done an excellent job, and I'm so proud of him for that. But those guys can only do so much. You know, being boots on the street, that's where we got to be. And the best thing we can do for crime prevention is put police officers on the streets. You know, crime rate being down 16% during the COVID when everybody else's crime rate down in the whole state's down 16% kind of tells you something. But our national standards, we're still 20 officers short of what we should be in the city. So I think we get more officers on the street, then we start fixing and really bringing the crime rate down.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mr. Mednick, this one's for you, starting out. Do you think the office of mayor of LaVergne should be part-time or full-time? And why?
As long as we have a city manager, I think the position of the mayor could stay part-time. We have a population approaching 40,000 people. As long as it's part-time, I, for one, with the salary that the mayor gets, again, I would donate that towards infrastructure projects going towards sidewalks and crosswalks for the city. Thank you.
Same question, Mr. Rutledge.
Thank you. With our current budget, the way that we have for our city administrator, I think that's, you know, it's ill-advised to just do it on a whim. You know, citizen input on here would be great. I've talked to a couple citizens about this questions before I even knew it come up. I was kind of surprised by it because maybe it is something we go to, but I think adding two more aldermen to our board and making it a weak mayor government the way it's designed is a better option at this current time. And so we get the citizens back involved with more people, and we split the vote, and we get the weak mayor system the way it's supposed to be. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cole, same question.
I believe that the mayor position should be part-time. We have two qualified city administrators who have gone through expert training to get there. If you take that and you suddenly put that to a 4-year term elected position, you're going to have constant classes going over and over again to get those people exactly where they need to be. I think it should be part-time. I think that the mayor should stay in the community, and they should be able to hear from those people that they represent and find out what the problems are and move from there.
Thank you. That leads us right into more questions about communication. There seem to be several. Do you think transparency is an important goal for the office of mayor? If so, how would you achieve it? Mr. Rutledge.
I mean, thank you. But I mean, my question is, I mean, how can transparency not be important? Like this is the goal of us as leaders is that we are transparent and tell everybody what we're doing and showing them how we're doing it. And then how are we going to do that? Well, the very first thing about transparency is being open and honest. I mean, it takes courage to be honest to people. It's hard, especially when you're scared because you're going to tell somebody that something they don't want to hear. So we achieve that with integrity, being straightforward, honest, and firm with people. And you can add friendly in there too, won't hurt.
Thank you. Mr. Cole, same question. Transparency in the office of the mayor of LaVergne. How would you achieve that?
Transparency is an important goal, not just for the office of the mayor, but for the entire city. Since I've come in as mayor, we have started putting whole agendas online, both social media and the website. Of course, we have had for quite some time, we've had the YouTube channel. That information gets out to people. You can answer questions and go through that, all the different issues that are going on with people. You can talk. That's the biggest thing in this society that's missing is people sitting down and talking versus just saying, hey, I don't like you, I don't like your position, and moving on, and you're just a bad guy. Communication is a big part of transparency, and so that would be an important tool for everyone, for the city and for the mayor's office.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mednick, same question about transparency.
I'd take a page out of when I was stationed in the Pentagon. At the end of each meeting that we had, we would write up an executive summary and publish that. I would do that here in LaVergne as well. Upon each meeting, I would write up who attended and what was voted on and what was discussed, and I'd place it on social media as well. I would also, to add to Brother John over here, create not only just possibly a couple extra members for aldermen, but I would create a citizen advisory committee and have them also represent different areas of LaVergne and be able to provide input to the aldermen, to the mayor, to all the folks before major decisions are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Cole, this is just a simple one. Do you support additional growth on South Waldron Road?
I support across the city, including South Waldron Road, smart development. We have been working through our zoning ordinance update, which is currently a 30-year out-of-date document, modernizing it, adding design standards across the city to raise those standards and add everything from lighting, landscaping, parking to do that. So, yes, if it's planned out. You can't, in my opinion, I don't see how you tell property owners they can't develop their property if it's zoned correctly and they're building to code. If we take away one freedom, what other freedoms are we coming for next? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick, South Waldron.
If elected, I serve the people of LaVergne, and I want to do what the people of LaVergne want to do. I support what the people want to do, but also want to ensure that it's also legal. If the people oppose such a new development, then I will support that, and I will not support a new development going in there. I also will support some of the things in the past where residential zoning had been changed from R3, which is high density. I would not support that. If it's R1, I would support keeping the R1 zoning at R1, which is low density. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge, South Waldron.
Thank you. I support controlled growth. I support growth that makes our city thrive. As I agree with Mr. Cole, we don't determine if people have the right to build on their property and do what they want with it. What I don't agree with is forcing commercial into people's areas that, number one, don't want it, or forcing a PDR into an area where people don't want it. And so if it's controlled and it's well thought out and our infrastructure's in place, I think it makes us thrive. If it's not, and we force things on into situations that we're not ready for, I think it tears the community apart. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick, this one is for you. There's been a lot of talk here about uplifting the voice of the people to this role. How do you plan to stay in communication with your constituents?
Well, again, I like to use social media and the social media platforms that are available. So in addition to the social media, again, I would use the executive summaries and putting that out. But also, each quarter, I would hold a town hall meeting and give an opportunity for the mayor and just the citizens to be able to discuss what's on their mind and weigh those opinions and be able to move forward with an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge, how would you stay in communication with your constituents?
I think the number one is just our regular activities that we already have in our meetings with our public forums. I also think that our Parks and Rec department do a great job at putting events on, being at those events as much as possible, and communicating with all the citizens that come out. I think that we should centralize some of our communication in the middle of maybe the website and have a central place for the citizens to have a complaint and have a way to get in there and address those. And then, there's nothing better than a face-to-face conversation with somebody, talking to them and hearing their voice as well as hearing my voice. So that's the best way to have that conversation, is face-to-face, in my opinion. So, and I'm willing, and have always been willing, to talk to as many people as I can and will for you guys. So thank you.
Thank you. Same question, Mr. Cole, staying in communication.
Well, it's not about just waiting for residents to come to meetings. You should be listening at meetings, but at the same time, board members should be out in the public. And that's one thing I do, is I have conversations with people, whether it's at the grocery store, out to eat, having donuts and coffee down at Dunkin' Donuts. You have to be out in the community. You have to understand what the community is wanting and what they're asking for. So that's part of this. We have tools online already where people can submit complaints, questions, codes, issues. They have that. They can track it and see it. But for our elected body, they should be out in the community, whether it's at events, whether it's just grocery shopping, talking to people if they have issues, and trying to help them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge, this one is for you. What do you think is the number one issue facing the city of LaVergne in the next 5 years? And how would you address it?
I apologize. Uncontrolled growth. That's probably our biggest one. We have to control this thing. We got to get some infrastructures in place and stop what we're doing. We got to stop rezoning property that's not ready for multifamily dwellings. Piling stuff in. Be firm, be fair, and be friendly with all parties involved in that process as well. That's the number one. We got to decrease our debt by 24%. Pretty easy. I was taught early on in life, if you ain't got the money, don't spend it. And so, our debt has increased by 24% from the past private administrations. So we've got to slow that down. We've got to slow it down fast.
Thank you. Mr. Cole?
So growth is going to be the number one issue, and it is controlled through Planning Commission. How it comes in, that's what we need to determine, where it comes in. At the same time, infrastructure is part of that, whether it's the widening of Waldron Road, whether it's the engineering for widening on Old Nashville that's going on, or the work that we're doing on Fergus to widen it and address that curve, as well as possibly realign Sand Hill. So you need to have that in place. At the same time, you have to modernize your zoning. If you don't do that, which is something we're doing and we've been working on through our land use and our zoning ordinance, to update that and modernize that. 30-year-old plans for the city don't need to just be sitting there. We need to be sitting and modernizing all of this and make it for today and for the next 10, 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick?
I'm going to become known as Mr. Sidewalk. Again, the safety, in my opinion, of our citizens is paramount. I've been a Tennessee resident since '86 and a resident of LaVergne for almost 10 years. We ask developers and contractors to build and construct sidewalks, but during my tenure here, my family's tenure here, up to this time, I've not seen LaVergne connect to any of these sidewalks that we've asked developers and contractors to put in. So to me, is to put as many sidewalks in using grants, using taxpayer money, what have you, and trying to get them along Stones River Road, coordinating with the federal department, and ensuring that everybody has some interconnectivity to walk on a sidewalk and also walk to town if they choose to do so. So crosswalks, sidewalks, I think is the important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is going to be for Mr. Cole. And what are the central challenges? Goes back to a question that's brought up earlier. What were the central challenges of the city of LaVergne in aligning the tax revenues with the expenditures that are being made? How would you align that?
Well, it's currently aligned. Under state law, we pass a balanced budget, and that's posted online on the city's website. We have been blessed over the last 4 years that we keep seeing year-over-year increased sales tax revenue, which is in large part due to our economic development team. So the central issues with aligning those is making sure that we're putting our needs ahead of our wants and making sure that we're prioritizing our spending and doing it in a meaningful way, that we're covering what we need to, whether it's additional police, additional vehicles, a new pumper, which we just put in an MOU for. There's multiple things, whether it's road improvements. You have to prioritize those and then go from there. And you work with all the departments to do so.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick, same thing, aligning tax revenues with expenditures.
Okay. Additionally to what Mr. Cole had brought up, our prioritization should be given to the 1 or 2 items that's important for all of LaVergne. And the budget should be in line with these priorities without raising the taxes. I do understand we can apply for grants, and we've done so in the past, for example, constructing the dog park, and a future grant that we have for constructing sidewalks along Murfreesboro Road. Expenditures must reflect the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge,
Thank you.
tax revenues with expenditures, alignment.
So the first thing we got to do is got to stop wasteful spending. You know, we waste $125,000 over budget for a dog park. We build fish ponds next to a lake. We can't waste money like that. Those projects alone are able to fund at least 1 or 2, maybe fire or police personnel. Clearly, we need those people on the streets. Neither one of them meet a national average where we're supposed to be or should be trying to obtain. How do we get there? We use the paid professionals that we pay on a daily basis to do that. Those fine people that work for the city, those department heads, are very educated and know what they're doing. We support them, we guide them, we give them the tools that they need to line that budget where we know it, so we can buy the pumpers and stuff and not have to worry and say, because it's going to go out of date anyways. You're buying it whether you want to or not. So stop wasteful spending is the #1 key. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick, this one's going to go to you. What would you say to encourage newly eligible voters to vote, and why is this election important?
I would say the same thing to the young folks as I also have told my son and my daughter as they're growing up. I see a lot of young folks complain, and then when I ask a question, if you're involved in the community, no. I ask a question, did you vote in the last election? No. So for the young folks that have issues or they have important opinions, they need to vote. It's a privilege to vote, not a right. It's a privilege to vote, and the young folks should vote and have a voice in the community that they live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Same question, Mr. Rutledge.
Thank you. I would urge them to understand what he just said, that, Mr. Mednick, that thank you for your service, by the way, because you are the reason that these young people get to vote. And let them know that they matter. right? A lot of young kids, especially in politics, they think that their voice doesn't matter. They don't think that they're heard. And we got to let them know that their voice matters. They matter. They are missing great opportunities to provide a lot of good things to this community. And we got to communicate them and let them be informed and let them know that they matter. Thank you.
Same question, Mr. Cole.
What I would say to them is, this is your community. This is the community that you live in, and you can have a say in the direction of that community. If you don't like the way it's going, you can come in and you can vote how you want to make sure it reflects your values and how you feel. So absolutely, your voice counts. Voting is a privilege, and it's something that everyone should be doing with every election. They should be informed, and they should get to know the candidates to know where they're at and what they stand for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Rutledge. Why are you running for mayor?
So, to provide the citizens with a candidate that is honest, promotes reasonable spending, conservative spending, supports our first responders with staffing shortages, and improve their retentions through training, and let the citizens know that our priorities are their safety and their well-being is our first priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cole.
I'm running to make LaVergne better for everyone. At one point, my family had 4 generations living here in LaVergne, whether it was my grandmother who was in her 90s to my children who at that time were still in single digits. I want to make this city a better place for everyone. We have so much potential. We really do. And we just have to take action on it. Too long have we sat around and we've just kicked the can down the road on different items or said, hey, we're just going to do this later. It's not a priority. And we need to make those big steps forward. The city, I've said before, can be that shining city on a hill if we choose, but we have to choose to do that. So I'm running to make LaVergne better for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick.
I served the nation for 31 years, and now I have an opportunity to serve the community that I live in. The perception for many individuals, as I got out and talked to folks over the summertime, is that the growth is coming at an expense to the quality of life and our infrastructure. We build first, and then we depend on an aging infrastructure to support the increases. We placed additional requirements on developers and contractors to incorporate sidewalks into their plans, but to date, LaVergne is not connected or added on any of the sidewalks. Crosswalks, the ones that are painted with no signage, are also barely legible today in many places. I'll make sidewalks and crosswalks a priority during my tenure to ensure all of us are able to transit safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question. What would you propose to ensure more racial diversity in the LaVergne Police Department management positions? We'll start with you, Mr. Cole.
Well, as mayor, I hired Rutherford County's first African-American police chief. That's one step forward. But for me, we have to have diversity, and we should be reflecting our community. So we have the most diverse community in all of Rutherford County. So as a result, our police department is mirroring that. So if you look, we now have officers that speak Spanish, Cambodian, Arabic, which is something that's not the norm. You go to other departments, they don't have that. Our department is very diverse. You've got, whether it's people of Asian descent, African American, Hispanic, Caucasian, it doesn't matter what their background is. They're coming here and they're realizing they want to represent this community. And many are coming in that live here. So they're part of the community and they're representing that diversity.
Thank you. Mr. Mednick, more racial diversity in the LaVergne Police Department.
Okay. Well, again, coming from the military in this country, that is the most diverse population on the planet. I support racial diversity. However, it needs to be organized. It needs to come naturally. If we have 10 folks that are applying for a position, regardless of race, regardless of color, regardless of creed, it needs to be the most qualified individual. So the recruiting efforts that the city can do could be increased and look for higher quality individuals, but it should go to the most qualified. And that's how it's done in the military for promotion. Whether you're black, white, blue, green, it comes to the most qualified individual, and it should be natural. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge, same question. Diversity in the police force management.
Thank you. Well, I'm not sure that we can get any more diverse in this current department that we already have. Chip Davis is doing a great job, as well as his whole command staff. I've worked beside these folks, these fine men and women, and have supported them to the utmost, working beside them. If not, I probably wouldn't have laid my life on the line for one of the most diverse people in the department. So I don't know that I could not support them any more than I already have or will. And we are going to get the most qualified people to serve this city and let them do their jobs.
Thank you. Okay, we've had a lot of talk about face-to-face communication, and this question obviously comes from the city of LaVergne somewhere, a constituent. Do you think city employees should be evaluated on how they treat the customers and clients of the city? And this goes to you, Mr. Mednick.
Absolutely. One of the evaluation criteria that I experienced over 3 decades in the military is there's many facets, and one of those is communication and interrelational skills between your subordinates, your peers, and your superiors. So I believe that additionally, many professions across our great country are people that get evaluated on how they connect with people. Officers and non-commissioned officers, as I said, they're evaluated each and every year on their efficiency reports with how well they communicate, in addition to a myriad of many other facets. Adding the evaluation criteria to the city's employees could also change someone's negative behavior for the better. And you'll have a better employee serving the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rutledge, same question. Should city employees be evaluated on how they treat their customers?
Thank you. Absolutely. Like we should be a customer service based organization or city, right? We treat people the way we want to be treated, and we give them a service. We are providing a service for the city of LaVergne to these residents, and so we treat them that way and make people smile. When they're mad, you make them smile. You smile. Let them be mad. It's not, there's a miscommunication. There's something wrong. It's okay. But we do not have to retaliate. We don't have to be mean to people. We just explain facts. Now, we support that, right? We as the leaders support our citizens as well as our employees, that if they're doing the right thing, there's going to be common ground found. So, absolutely.
Thank you. Same question, Mr. Cole.
Yes, ma'am, I do think that that should be part of it, and it is, to my knowledge, already included with their performance review, which is something new to the city. Before I came in as mayor, we weren't doing yearly performance reviews. Typically, as an employee, you're going to hear whenever there's a problem, whenever you're in trouble. You don't hear as far as when you're doing things right. We don't hear as far as career planning or trying to develop people. So that's part of their performance review. And so, yes, it is part of it, should be part of it. And we have many customer-facing portions, but there's also interpersonal as far as both interdepartmental as well as external clients that aren't necessarily residents, but they're customers of the city. So, yes.
Thank you. Okay, this is going to be our last question, and let me remind you that each of you will have 2 minutes to answer this last question. So, Mr. Rutledge, what makes you the candidate to vote for?
It's my home roots. I'm rooted here. I understand the struggles of this community. I've seen it my whole life. I've watched Murfreesboro Road turn from two red lights to this 4-lane busy road. It's got its struggles, and I think that I'm very capable through hundreds of hours of leadership training, management training, first responder training to get this where it needs to be and make us a lot more thriving of a city. And so I can only ask for your vote. I can only let you know that you may not like some things that I say, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to shoot you straight. I haven't lied to anybody in this room. I can see you all. I've talked to many of you. And that's what you're going to get from me. And we're going to fix it. And we're going to see eye to eye, and we're going to work it out. And that's the biggest thing, is having common goals. And when we don't have those common goals, we can take two different goals and still thrive and make things work. And it's not one-sided. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Cole, what makes you the candidate to vote for? You have 2 minutes.
Well, as the incumbent, I have the training and expertise. I've got over 193 hours of MTOS training. I am the only board member that has gone through the Local Leadership Institute through the University of Tennessee, which is an invitation-only program. I have served in this role for 4 years, served as alderman for 2 years, and I've set forth a vision for this city. We've been working through codes to clean up Murfreesboro Road, clean up different residential areas, bring in new commercials such as BJ's Wholesale, which announced LaVergne as their first in the state of Tennessee location, bringing in businesses like Pop Shelf, Sherman-Williams, and others. And you have to have a vision and set that forth for this city. You have to work with people, whether you agree with them, whether you don't agree with them. Many times when you disagree, you're actually going to get a better product as a whole for our residents, because you can find middle ground there. And that's what we've been doing. So for me, I have a vision. We've been moving the city forward. And I think that's why that makes me the candidate to vote for. I'm come here with corporate experience. I've worked in private industry my whole life in healthcare and have managed whole teams of people. Now, as city mayor, I've been working with department heads, and we have over 200 employees. We're a growing city, and we need someone who will set that path and move this city forward so that it's better for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mednick, why are you the person to vote for?
Well, again, as mayor, I pledge not to take a salary and put the money towards infrastructure projects. I stand by my commitment to the citizens of LaVergne. For example, in the past, when some of the zoning changes went from from R1 to R3, from low density to high density, I'm going to support what the citizens want to do. I want to have town hall meetings each quarter and have an opportunity to discuss all the issues and hear the concerns of the citizens. I also would like to have a citizen advisory committee to provide an additional voice to the mayor and the aldermen and to anyone else within the administration before major decisions are made. And the number one and two, again, are the sidewalks and the crosswalks. We're approaching 40,000 folks here in the city, and we're extremely lagging behind on the safety of not only our adults, but the kids. There's been time and time again, as I transit along Stones River Road, where kids are on the side with the guardrail, and the speed limit is 35 miles an hour, and the children are walking along cars that are going 50 or 55 miles an hour. And then I call somebody in the police department, or I let the crossing guard know when it's school time, and then they come and they luckily pick up the child and bring the child to where they need to go. So I think safety is paramount, and again, the town hall meetings, communicating with the folks, social media, and I take it all very seriously, as I did during my tenure in the military. So I'd love to have your vote and look forward to the future of LaVergne. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, on behalf of the League of Women Voters and the City of LaVergne, I want to thank all the candidates for your participation. Very, very much appreciated. I also want to thank the City Administrator, Bruce Richardson, and Channel 3 Station Manager, Jerry Davenport, and Public Information Officer Ann Smith for their help in presenting this program on LaVergne Television Channel 3 and making it available on the LaVergne website and social media networks. Just a reminder, early voting began today and runs through November 3rd. If any of you have a chance, we have early convenience center voting in Rutherford County, which is really a luxury. You can vote at any early voting station that is convenient to you. So we encourage you to do that. And if you have if you want any more details about the election, we encourage you to go to election.rutherfordcountytn.gov. Please exercise this very important right to determine who will be LaVergne's next mayor. Remember, your vote counts. May we close with a round of applause for all the candidates.
tnwildlife.org is your direct link to the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Log on for the latest information about hunting, fishing, boating, or wildlife watching right here in our state. You can purchase a license to hunt, fish, or register your boat right online. Check it out today at tnwildlife.org. This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll start off with sighting in a rifle.
To go out and shoot, you either need to have a range permit, a type 220 or 221.
A good way to catch those fish is throwing this 6XD.
Next up, tackle tip, crankbaits. And we'll finish off with Tellico fishing.
Upstream from here, TWRA intensively manages the Tellico River to provide a unique trout fishing angling opportunity.
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page.
What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
It's that time of year. Big guns coming out, muzzleloaders coming out. Everybody needs to make sure that they've got their gun sighted in, but where do you do that? Well, TWRA has ranges across the state that you can go to and you can shoot. There are several TWRA firing ranges in Middle Tennessee. There's one down at Yanali WMA, there's one here at Cheatham Wildlife Management Area. Then we have one in Davidson County called Stones River Range, and then Montgomery County Shooting Complex in Montgomery County.
Range hot.
Now Cheatham WMA and Yanali are both Tier 1 ranges, meaning that there's no one on site manning the range, and to go out and shoot, you either need to have a range permit, a type 220 or 221, or a valid Tennessee hunting license. Stones River Range is a Tier 2 range, meaning you have to purchase a permit before you enter the facility.
You may move forward, you may lock, load, your firearm.
Once inside, range officers will control the line. They'll tell you when it's hot, when it's cold. There's a 200-yard range, there's 100-yard range, and there's even a pistol range. Montgomery County Shooting Complex requires a permit to be purchased before you can enter their range. You can find out more about this complex, which offers a variety of shooting options at shoottn.org. Now before you go, you should know that all these ranges are not open every day. At Yanali, the days that they're open are Saturday and Sunday. Saturday 10 to sunset and Sunday 12 to sunset. That range is only open October through December. The range out at Cheatham WMA is open from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. daily. Out at Stones River Range, November through March, the days they're open are Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., and Sunday, 1 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. April through October, they're open Friday and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and Sunday, 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Yanali's range is exclusively for hunting rifles. It's a place where hunters can come out and sight that hunting rifle in just prior to the season or just prior to their hunt. Both Stones River Range and Cheatham have options for long guns and handguns. However, shotguns are prohibited at Stones River. So, if you plan on going hunting this year and you need to make sure your rifle is sighted in, go to tnwildlife.org, check out our Tennessee Hunting and Trapping Guide. Inside you'll find a list of TWRA firing ranges from all across the state. So find one close to you, go shoot, and have a great hunt.
Hey, I'm Mike Parsley with the Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency. I wanted to share another tip with you today, and that tip is about crankbaits. And what I wanted to do is provide you with a couple of rules of thumb that you can go back to when you start throwing crankbaits. You know, when you start off early in the spring with cooler water, say in January, February, one of the best crankbaits that I've found that you can go to is a DT series from Rapala. So this is a DT10, and early in the year, this color, for whatever reason, this is what a lot of people go to, and this is one of your better baits that you can throw, especially if you're down on Tim's Ford or Center Hill or Dell Hollow. This is one of the better lures to throw. And the reason why they call it a DT10 is it's supposed to be a dives to 10 feet crankbait. So you'll want to make sure that you're throwing this bait in 10 feet or less. You want this bait always making contact with the bottom as a rule of thumb. And so if you're throwing this bait over 20 feet of water, that's not what this is for. This is to throw in 10 feet, you know, up to about 7 feet. That's what this is for. When you start getting on in the spring and it gets a little warmer, the fish are going to start moving up a little shallower, and that's when you'll start throwing this DT6. Of course, this is a Rapala DT6, and it's a dives to 6 feet bait. So this bait is good anywhere from 0 to 6 feet of water, and once again, it's that same color. This is an absolute killer bait when you get on Tim's Ford, Center Hill, Dell Hollow, any of those highland reservoirs. This is what you're going to want to be throwing in, I would say, February into March. So once that is going on, you can also start throwing what they call a lipless crankbait. This is a rattle trap type bait. It makes a lot of sound, and you throw that, and you can either yo-yo this up and down from the bottom of the lake up and just let it flutter back down, or you can actually just reel this bait in. This is a good cold water bait, so anytime that you're throwing those DTs, this is also a good option. Once the water starts warming up a little bit more, I normally start looking toward a very slow, wide wobbled crankbait, kind of like your DTs would be. They're a narrower wobbling, but this wigglewort, an old wigglewort, is an excellent crankbait, especially early in the year. And you very slowly reel these in and let them crawl over every rock. This bait is good from anywhere from 0 to about 6 feet, and these catch fish like nothing else early in the year. When the fish start getting even shallower, when you start throwing that DT6 and you know you're catching a lot of them, you can actually start throwing other crankbaits as well. This is a Bandit 200, which dives to about 6 feet as well. This bait is a good all-year crankbait. You can throw this in the dead of summer and still catch them when they're 0 to 6 feet deep, like on Old Hickory. Old Hickory Lake is a shallow water fishery. You can throw this all summer long, catch fish all summer long on this same bait, especially that same color called root beer. My friend will kill me for letting that out. On Center Hill and Dell Hollow, even in the summer, there are fish shallow on those lakes, but you don't want to be throwing a 200 root beer Bandit. What you want to do is throw a 300, and this 300 will get down to about 8 feet when you're throwing it on 10-pound test line. But that's also a good bait to throw. It just goes a little deeper than the 200. Early in the spring, when fish are spawning, what you can do is throw a square bill crankbait. Square bills don't get very deep at all. 2 to 3 feet, but they have their purpose. These baits can crawl over almost any obstacle in the water, so long as you're reeling slowly and letting them do the work for you. So there's a reason for these short-lipped baits, and that's to get ultra shallow and fish around cover. So logs, wood, trees, this bait will come through it, whereas if you tried to throw a DT6 with that large bill or larger bill through it, this DT6 won't come through it as well as this square bill crankbait. When you get on into the summer and you hear people talk about ledge fishing, that's when the greater majority of fish get out deep on drops toward the river channel, especially when you're dealing with rivers like Old Hickory or Kentucky Lake, Lake Barkley, and Pickwick. Lakes like that, they have ledges, and the fish set up on those river ledges just like they set up on the bank in the spring. Just in the summer, they like to be a little deeper where the water's cooler. A good way to catch those fish is throwing this 6XD. 6XD, you can get down around 18 feet. A lot of the ledges that people fish on Kentucky Lake in years past have been anywhere from 15 to 20 feet deep. So this is a good bait to reach those ledges and to reach those fish. So a 6XD from Strike King is a good way to go about it. I hope I've explained that crankbaits have their purpose, and each crankbait has its niche. They all don't do the same thing. This 6XD and this square bill are both crankbaits, but you absolutely will not throw these in the same place. This is a shallow crankbait meant to run over wood and trees and rocks and things like that. A 6XD is made to skim and beat the bottom of a lake on a ledge that's 15 to 18 feet deep. So crankbaits have different purposes, and I hope I've explained that sufficiently today.
I'm Brad Miller, Elk Program Leader for TWRA. Did you know the North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area has almost 200,000 acres of public recreation opportunity? We have over 160 miles of off-highway vehicle trails that people can use. Make sure you have the appropriate permits. We have opportunities to view elk and other wildlife. You might see a bear, you might see lots of songbirds, and we have even some small ponds folks can come and fish in. For more information about North Cumberland Wildlife Management Area or to see a map of the area, go to tnwildlife.org.
Tellico is a small town in eastern Monroe County, and it's labeled the gateway to the Cherokee National Forest. The Cherokee National Forest is fairly remote, and there's limited resources once you enter the forest. So Tellico would be your last stop to procure supplies, and especially gasoline. You're not going to run into any gas stations once you get on the Forest Service Road 210. So make sure you top off the tank and get any necessities you might need for your day of fishing. Hi, I'm Travis Scott with Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. We just left Tellico Plains on Highway 165, also known as the Cherahela Skyway. We've been traveling along the Tellico River. We're about to take a turn on the Forest Service Road 210, which will take us up to 20 miles into the Cherokee National Forest, all along the Tellico River and the trout fisheries that it provides. I just wanted to remind folks that Tellico River Road, Forest Service Road 210, is very narrow. There's a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, And at certain times of the year, it can be heavily traveled with all sorts of vehicles, including large RVs. So be aware when you get on this road to take your time and enjoy the beautiful scenery. There's plenty of pull-offs to get off the road. Be sure your tires are completely off the paved surface. We're 4/10 of a mile along Forest Service Road 210. This is the entrance to the Tellico Ranger Station. TWRA partners with the USDA Forest Service to manage the fisheries and the wildlife here on the South Cherokee. The Forest Service maintains all the campgrounds, access areas, the road. They're a great source of information about the forest, and this would be where you would need to come to find information about the Forest Service and their management and their campgrounds. There are numerous campgrounds along the Tellico River corridor. Some are free, some are pay. Most are first come, first served. Generally, they have a paved or gravel parking area, a fire pit, and a picnic table. There's usually restrooms available. There's not any water. There is a dump station and fresh water at the North River checking station available to campers. But be sure and check with the Forest Service if you have specific questions regarding camping in the Tellico River corridor. This is where it all starts. We're here at the confluence of Turkey Creek and Tellico River. Upstream from here, TWRA intensively manages the Tellico River to provide a unique trout fishing angling opportunity. From March 1st through August 15th, the river is closed on Thursdays and Fridays to allow TWRA staff to stock the river heavily with trout. From here to the state line in North Carolina, there's over 13 miles of water with over 100 different stocking locations where we distribute trout. So Saturday morning, the river is full of fish ready for you to catch. So people ask, where do you stock trout? Well, we have over 100 locations where we stock those trout, but we're looking for locations that are close to the road and they'll be easy to get trout into. To cover that amount of ground, 13 miles of river, 100 stops, it takes quite a bit of time. Stocking days generally around 10 hours to get all of our stocking done. And so we want to make sure that we have easy access to the stream to stock, and then it makes it easy for the anglers as well. But after stocking, these fish are going to spread out along the river to other locations as well. Locally, we call this the kayak bridge, the kayak takeout. Right now, we're 5.2 miles along Forest Service Road 210. This bridge behind us is actually one of our stocking locations. So we've been stocking about a mile of river so far as we've moved up. Certain times of the year, the water flows are right. There'll be a number of people up here paddling the Tellico River. They don't necessarily interfere with your fishing. I've been here before, as paddlers went by, as soon as they passed, I cast again and instantly caught a trout. If it is interfering with your fishing, don't be afraid to move further upstream. There's just a short section of the river that the paddlers will be at. Generally, above Cow Camp Bridge, we'll see later on, you won't run into any paddlers. You know, we all have to share the resource. The forest is here for all people to utilize how they want to utilize it. Some people like to paddle, some people like to fish, or some people come to hike. Some just want to see the scenery. But we can all get along and still enjoy what's here to offer in the Cherokee National Forest. We've been on Forest Service Road 210 for 6.1 miles. We've come to one of the most iconic scenes in the Cherokee National Forest, Bald River Falls. This is a very popular location, and oftentimes the road will be clogged with pedestrians, so be sure to pay attention as you travel through here. Bald River comes out of the Cherokee National Forest as part of the Bald River Wilderness. It's a tributary to Tellico River, and it has a nice wild trout population of both rainbow and brown, and at the headwaters it has our native brook trout. It's a good choice if you want to fish for some of our wild trout in the Tellico River corridor. We're now at the Baby Falls Day Use area. There's picnic tables. This is the first restroom facilities you'll find since we turned on the Tellico River Road 6.4 miles ago. There's several stocking locations right near here, plenty of parking, handicapped spaces. In addition, there's a beautiful Baby Falls. It's a good place to fish, and it's also a good place to watch the kayakers tempt fate going over the falls. So we're at Cow Camp Bridge. We're 7.1 miles from when we got on Forest Service Road 210. This is a stocking location, but it's also an important place to remember as we move into the summer season. Trout are cold water species and require water temperatures below 70 degrees. As we approach Memorial Day, the water temperature downstream of here exceeds 70 degrees. So once we reach Memorial Day, we will no longer stock below this point. So if you're coming to Tellico River in the summertime after Memorial Day, you would want to start your fishing upstream of here more than likely. That's where we'll be stocking. Downstream, there's still probably trout in the summer, but they're not going to be as receptive to your lures. We're at the junction of North River Road and Tellico River Road, Forest Service Road 210. We've been on the road for 7.6 miles. Here at North River is where our delayed harvest season begins starting October 1st and lasts until the end of February. From this point upstream to the Tennessee-North Carolina state line, it's catch and release only from October 1st to the end of February. This area of the stream will be stocked for that delayed harvest, and anglers consistently report excellent catches this time of year. North River Road travels for over a dozen miles to reconnect with the Cherahela Skyway, which we left earlier. This is a gravel road that parallels North River for most of its distance. North River is a wild trout stream and has special regulations. It's got wild rainbows, wild brown trout, and then its headwaters wild brook trout. So it offers a different angling experience than the stock trout of Tellico River. Also on Tellico River upstream of here, you often will find wild rainbows and wild brown trout in addition to the trout we stock. We've traveled 10.5 miles along Forest Service Road 210 and we're at Panther Branch access area. There's plenty of parking here, a scenic bridge, and it's also one of our stocking locations. We actually get off the truck and carry fish down to this hole. So it's a good place to stop and have a picnic and catch a trout.
As you're traveling up National Forest Service Road 210, also known as the Tellico River Road, at mile 11.7, you'll arrive at the North River Check Station. Here at the check station, there are several amenities that are nice to have when you're in this far in the wilderness, such as bathrooms, bear-proof garbage cans, potable water, a camper washout station, and an informational kiosk. Also available here is a wader wash station, which is maintained to help prevent the spread of aquatic nuisance species. The North River Check Station is a good place to stop as you start your adventure up the Tellico River. Located at mile 12 on the Tellico River Road, you'll find Dam Creek Campground, which offers primitive walk-in camping. Dam Creek is the first of 9 campgrounds that you'll encounter as you travel up Tellico River Road. Another benefit of staying at Dam Creek Campground is the Dam Creek Fishing Hole, which is directly across the street from the campground. It's an excellent place to start your fishing adventure on the upper Tellico River. Located at mile 13 on the River Road, you'll find Green Cove Store and Lodge. Here at Green Cove Store, you can not only purchase your fishing license, but you can also get any gear that you may need for your fishing adventure. They also are a full-service store that offers food, drinks, propane, and other camping commodities. They also offer room and board, which is the only place in the National Forest that you can actually get a hotel room. One of them being streamside rooms where you have direct access to the Tellico River. Located just up the road from Green Cove Angler and Lodge, you'll find Sourwood Campground. Sourwood is the only campground on Tellico River that is free. It has excellent camping sites right beside the river and offers easy access to fishing. Located just above Sourwood Campground, you'll find Sourwood Bridge. Sourwood Bridge serves as the lower boundary for our annual Tellico Kids Fishing Day, which we allow free fishing for kids 16 and under. Located at mile 13.8 on the Tellico River Road, you'll find Bald River Road. Bald River Road provides access to Green Cove Pond, Holly Flats Campground, and also the Bald River Trailhead, where you'll find wild trout stream fishing and a trail that'll lead you to the top of Bald River Falls. Located at mile 14.6, you'll find the Tellico Hatchery. The Tellico Hatchery serves as the headquarters for stocking operations on the Tellico River. During stocking season, the hatchery staff will make 120 individual stops throughout the stretch of the river to stock fish. interesting fact about the Tellico River is that it receives the highest number of fish and the highest number of big fish of any stream in the state. Located right outside the gates of the Tellico Hatchery, you'll find the Moment of Freedom Pier. The Moment of Freedom Pier is designed to provide a true stream fishing experience for people that have mobility issues. Handicap parking is available in the parking lot of the Moment of Freedom Pier, as is wheelchair access to the river. While anybody is allowed to fish the Moment of Freedom Pier, we ask that you give priority to those with special needs and require the structure to access the river. Right above the hatchery at mile 14.8, you'll find the Tellico River Dam and Walk Bridge. The bridge serves as the upper boundary for our kids fishing today, and right above the dam is an excellent fishing hole. Another example of a campground on the upper Tellico River is Holder Cove. Holder Cove is located just feet off of the Tellico River and provides very easy access to wading and bank fishing. Holder Cove is accessible to both RV and tent camping. It provides nice level camping spots as well as picnic tables and fire pits. Another point of interest is Holder Cove Branch Falls, which is located a short walk directly across the road from Holder Cove Campground. We're at the State Line Campground, and it's named that for a very good reason. Right now we're standing on North Carolina-Tennessee State Line. There's ample camping spots up here, easy access to the river, but once you cross the bridge here at Rough Ridge, you will be in the state of North Carolina. So your Tennessee license will not apply. You'll be, at that point in time, need to abide by North Carolina fishing regulations.
We hope this information has been helpful as you plan your trip for the Tellico area. Be sure and visit our website at tnwildlife.org. And you can always buy your licenses and permits at gooutdoorstennessee.com. This has been a production of your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Tennessee Wildlife, it's what we do. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream, this legacy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the LaVergne Board of Zoning Appeals, October the 25th, 2022. It is 5:30 p.m. I'll call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If you could just review the minutes from the July the 26th regular meeting, if you would. Any comments or changes, let me know. If not, I'll accept a motion.
Motion to approve.
Maybe to accept the minute. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Minutes are approved. On to new business. Request for a special exception to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers properly located at 25 Ingram Boulevard, tax map 17, parcel 25, I2 heavy industrial zoning, property owned by 25 Ingram Partners LLC. Mr. Logan, give me your report, please.
Thank you. So this is the report for 25 Ingram Boulevard. This applicant is seeking permission to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers at this location. The site, of course, is at 25 Ingram Boulevard, and the site is owned by 25 Ingram Partners LLC. And the proposed business would generally operate during normal business hours, and according to the LaVergne Municipal Zoning Ordinance, in Article 5, commercial uses that are allowed in the commercial zones, which are C1, C2, C3, and C4, those uses can be allowed in industrial zoning, in this case the I2 zoning district, if the Board of Zoning Appeals grants a special exception for those commercial uses. One of those uses that would be allowed includes what this applicant is asking for tonight, which is vehicle sales and or leasing. So looking here on the screen, the property right here, it's outlined in blue, this rectangular piece of property, and it is located on the south side of Ingram Boulevard. So for a closer view, you can see here, again, outlined in blue, and the building is here where I'm pointing, and then to the east is a larger parking area, and this driveway comes in from Ingram and makes sort of a horseshoe shape so that they can loop around through the site. And there is some parking here on this west side as well. This is the zoning map, so the dark blue indicates heavy industrial zoning. So again, this is I2 zoning. There is C2 zoning on the west side. That parcel touches Walden Road as well. Then all the other surrounding properties are zoned the same, which is heavy industrial. This is a photo of the site. So you can see the existing building and driveways. So this is Walden Road would be behind you, and this would be going down Ingram to the east. And the next photo is looking west. So again, this is Ingram, and this is the traffic signal at Walden Road in Ingram. And then you can see the other driveway entrance that's existing today. This building is a two-story building currently, and you can see these bays where the current tenant or former tenant has been conducting their business. So there are large, three large bays on the existing building. And landscaping, the site has some nice landscaping already that probably exceeds what's even required in this industrial district because it's not in an overlay zone. So the landscaping out there is nice. They did submit a full binder with all of their plans and photos, which you have in front of you. And so this is the plan that they submitted that shows the dimensions of the site and the shape and size of the building on the site, as well as the driveways and the utilities. And this is just a closer view of that plan that they submitted. And that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Do you have an applicant here that can stand on the podium, please, if you would, and be sworn in? Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
I'm Bill Herbert. I'm with the law firm of Thompson and Burton in Nashville. Our address is 1810 West End, Suite 1550 in Nashville.
Thanks, sir. Any comments or questions for what Mr. Logan's report was? Any add-on to it?
I've got a little bit of a presentation for you, but I would say that, and this is on me. When Mr. Logan and I first started talking, my client had been telling me that they were going to do some sales on site. They are not going to do that. There's no sales. This is simply truck leasing, and that's all. So I just wanted to clarify that. So we're here before you for a special exception, and thank you all for being here and hearing me tonight. As Mr. Logan said, this property is zoned I-2 heavy industrial. We're going to use the property as is. We're not going to make any changes to the utilities. We're not going to expand the building in any way. We're going to completely as is. The previous use is a concrete pumping company, and I've driven by there, and they may kind of still be in that building, or they may not be. I really don't know. So we're going to be using it to lease trucks. And if you look over in my little memorandum that I submitted to you all on the Exhibit A, these are the types of trucks that they're going to be leasing. And so they're going to be leasing these tractor trailer, but just the tractor component, no trailer component, and medium and light duty box trucks. I was told initially that they would keep about 30 trucks on site. That has been clarified with me. There will be about 15 trucks kept on site. Furthermore, there will be no walk-in business at this site. These trucks are leased to commercial users, and so there's no traffic coming into the site. I'm told that the company intends to employ between 8 and 18 people on site. And that's really about it. As you all probably know, a special exception is a use that comes before the Board of Zoning Appeals. It's a use that's permitted by right under the law, provided that I show you that it complies with the conditions that are set forth within the LaVergne zoning code. In my memorandum, and I'll touch on these very briefly, and I won't dwell. In my memorandum, the conditions that are in the zoning code, I've set out as numbers 1 through 9 in the memorandum. I've addressed each of those, and just as a matter of law, quite frankly, I'll just touch on them very briefly, and then I'll turn this over. So the zoning code asks about points of ingress and egress. There are 2, and you all have seen that. There'll be no changes there. It asks about parking and loading areas. You can see from the aerial photograph, we'll be using that as is. There'll be no additional parking at all. It'll be used completely as is. The refuse service is located to the side of the building in the existing place, so we'll be using it in the exact same location. Utilities will be exactly the same. We won't add to or move any of those. The property is secured by a chain link fence. Also, you notice around this property that there's wooded areas, and this is stream buffer. We will leave the stream buffer exactly as it is. We won't encroach into it, and we won't degrade it in any way, exactly as it is. The sign that's on the property, it'll be changed to be the new user, but there'll be no change in the size or illumination or anything like that. The open space that's required by the city, we feel like was met by the current user, quite frankly, and there'll be no change to that. We feel like the use is generally compatible with the area. And if you need to see any more detail, I know that Alta survey that was given to you was really small. I've got it blown up. If you need to see it or have something that's more readable,
Just quickly.
give that to you. It's a heck of a lot easier to read than that other little computer paper that I had to. So, and with that, I'll conclude and be happy to answer any questions that you have, and thank you for your time.
Well, first I'd like to say thank you for a very in-depth report and information. That's always very helpful to us. So just to touch on one, so you're not affecting the existing buildings and remain exactly the same, correct?
Exactly the same, correct.
Okay.
Is there any maintenance on the vehicles at this site?
So the vehicles that are going to be at this site are going to be, if you look at my little memorandum, you can see these trucks.
Yeah.
Those are the vehicles that are going to be at this site. And in fact, the little company logo, that's actually the company that's going to be leasing it. So it's these exact vehicles. They expect that there will be, there's going to be between 10 and 15 of these vehicles maintained at the site at all time. I had initially said 30 in my memorandum. That is not correct. I've confirmed with my client. They're going to keep about 10 to 15.
So those roll-up doors are like a garage rather than a loading dock?
On the building?
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
Okay.
They're currently there, and we're not going to change those.
And the maintenance will be done internally in the building, I assume?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The maintenance will be done inside the building?
That is correct. It'll be done inside the building, and I'll say this, they'll only be doing cleaning and routine maintenance. There will be no repair work being done on this site. Just whatever may be minor for cleaning up the vehicle, whatever, changing the oil to get it ready for the next person who's leasing the vehicle.
Will they be doing fueling at the site?
That is a really good question. I believe so, because there is already an existing pump at this site.
I didn't see that on the...
There'll be no add-on in that regard at all, but there is an existing pump at this site.
So they're in compliance with all hazmat and safety regulations?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? With that, I'll accept a motion for or against the application as stated.
I submit a motion to accept.
I have a motion to accept. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all have
Appreciate
a great evening. Thank you.
And with that, I'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is November 1st, 2022, and it is at 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Tonight, the prayer will be with Vice Mayor No, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Dr. Bill Burns. If everyone will please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Let us pray. Our most graciously and heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with humble hearts, open minds, bowed heads. Lord, we would ask that you watch over our fair city. Thank you so much for an incredible, beautiful day in your world, because we know that without you, nothing is possible. Lord, we ask that you help this board make decisions that will benefit all of LaVergne and its citizens. And these things we ask through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Dr. Burns.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Bill Burns. I'm a retired Army doctor with 12 years prior service in the Navy. If there are any veterans here tonight, would you please raise your hand and be recognized? Okay, thank you very much. Ladies, there's a small token of appreciation. I'd like you to take there and be back. Okay. All personnel in uniform and veterans, hand salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burns. First item is to approve the minutes from the October 6th, 2022 regular meeting.
Make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Davis with the Police Department.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, you have your crime summary for the month of October in your packet here. Just like a broken record here, same thing every month. This month, we had 10 cases where motor vehicles were broken into, and all 10 of those motor vehicles were left unlocked, resulting in one firearm being stolen out of that vehicle in the hands of a criminal in the city now. Also in the package, you see activity from the officers. As you can see, our numbers are getting a whole lot better now that we are sufficiently staffed. You can see 1,382 traffic stops, 26 DUI arrests, 36 arrests for drug violations. I will add that these stats are being put online as well, so any member of the community can look at that as well. Any questions?
How's Blue Sentinel going?
I'm sorry?
Blue Sentinel, how is that going?
Blue Sentinel is going good. We're in our phase 2. Right now, we're in the process of getting the cameras installed up by I-24. That's the easiest because there's already meters on the poles there. So that's going to be the easiest. The others that we're getting put up, because there's no power or poles that we can use, we're having to kind of go back and punt and get solar panels. That's what I'm trying to say. Get solar panels for those things so we can power it that way, which I think that's the way we'll go forward in the future, to where we just use solar power to power those. But other than that, we're moving right along with that.
Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust that y'all have had an opportunity to review the reports, and as you can see, there's no new trends. We're on par with everything that we do month to month. Nothing unusual to talk about within the reports. I do have a couple of things worth mentioning that are happening this week and next week, if y'all don't mind. Obviously, we know that there's a groundbreaking for new Fire Station 41. This week is a monumentous occasion. Obviously, it's long overdue, and thank you to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for securing the funds to make that happen. Additionally, we have next week 4 recruits graduating fire school. be the first time LaVergne Fire and Rescue has invested in a fire school itself. So with these 4 people that are graduating, 4 people that have done exceptionally well. Been on campus with them multiple times in the last 10 weeks that they've been there and watched and participated in their training. Our fire instructors have been part of the recruit training, so we've not just sent somebody off to be trained, so we participated in that. It's a great partnership between Murfreesboro Fire and Rescue and Lebanon Fire Department, so it's a great product. 2 of those individuals came from our Fire Explorer program, so we've invested in this community and continue to do good work with those young people in the high school.
It's great to hear.
Do y'all have any questions?
Thank you, sir. Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the numbers for you for the month for the Parks Department in front of you. 85 help desk tickets, 708 hours devoted to those. You see some of our projects. We're doing a little kind of a like spring cleaning, fall cleaning, I guess, at the Parks Department. We're painting some offices in the shop area. You see our past events. October the 15th, we wrapped up the Fall Ball Clinic that Saturday with a scrimmage day. October 22nd, we had Goblins and Goodies followed by a zombie night. Unfortunately, we did have to cancel the movie due to the wind conditions. We are working on something in the future that hopefully we won't have to do that again. Upcoming events, Veterans Day, November the 11th. Parade of Lights and Winter Festival is December 3rd. You can see some of the events at the Senior Center upcoming. Lunch at Asuka. November 17th will be their Thanksgiving dinner. Upcoming meetings, Park and Rec on November 21st and the Greenway on the 21st. Park and Rec at 6, Greenway at 7. Veterans Day is November the 11th. That ceremony will take place at 11 o'clock at Veterans Memorial Park. Weather permitting at the Wall. If we run into some rain, we will move that to Pavilion A as we have in the past. Flags can be purchased for $10. They will be displayed during the ceremony. Those are yours to take home after the ceremony. Your veterans information will be displayed on those. Bricks for the wall are still available. They're $35. Each brick up to 4 lines, 21 characters per line. Forms are available on the city's webpage, or you can call the Parks office at 615-793-3224. Snow rink, we're planning on setting that back up. We plan to open up on December 1st. It'll run through the 17th. Thursday through Sunday will be the days of operation. Thursday will be 4 to 8, Saturday 12 to 8. Sunday will be from 1 to 5. That Sunday, December 4th, that 1 p.m. time slot right now is going to be limited to families with special needs. So if we have a good turnout and we need to extend that further, we will. So that's something new we're going to try this year to try to offer a little something for everyone. We're not going to have online registration this year. It's all going to be in person. I don't think the rink wasn't full enough last year to kind of warrant online registration this year. We will be accepting canned goods and unopened and unwrapped toys that we will donate those to the PD for Christmas. Any questions?
David, the size of the rink, is that increased from last year?
It will. It'll double. Well, I won't say double. It'll increase by 50%. So last year it held roughly 48 skaters is what it was rated for. So this year that number should increase. At no time last year did we have 48 skaters on there, but it will give a little more opportunity that if we do run into that, we can open it up and possibly have more toddlers out there at the same time.
Okay, and who are the guest speakers for Veterans Day, the veterans that are speaking?
They are Tabitha and Ross Howard. That's the things I did not have written down here. And I think, you may know this, I think we have one more lined up. And you're gonna have to help me out with that one.
Steve?
Kathy told me, and
you and I are in the same boat?
Kathy is God sent, and it's almost like you don't worry about it.
I think when you start to lose your hair, it kind of affects your memory also. So we'll blame it on that.
Here we go. Did the other part of the rink come in?
It's supposed to be here Friday.
Okay.
It's supposed to, The delivery truck is set up to pick it up tomorrow. It's still in customs. It's been in customs for 2 weeks. So Friday is supposed to be our delivery date. So last year there was no issue once customs released it with it getting in here within a day. I think I did skip over the parade of lights and the Winter Festival. That will begin at City Hall. It ends at Veterans Park with a tree lighting, fireworks, snow rink, and craft and food vendors will be set up.
I sent you a text message or an email about Fox had put it on there that it would start at Veterans Park and go the other direction.
Yes, sir, and in the front part of that media release, they had it right, so how it got kind of backwards at the bottom, yeah, it's beyond me.
Now, David, is Chief Beasley going to be out demonstrating his ice skating prowess like last year?
I'm going to practice. I'm coming for you.
Is that hip recovered?
It is.
And then will Doug from Public Works, will he be doing the figure skating again this year?
That was the plan. I think he kind of offered, and I think Danny also said he was going to come out since he has a hard hat and a vest.
Nice.
So we should be
Well,
good.
they can show the lift.
Yes, sir.
I guess the only thing left is to put Michael in the Duncan booth.
One last thing before I go, I definitely would like to thank Ann Smith for her hard work and diligence, keeping our events posted and getting those pictures out to the public so they can see what a good turnout we've had. Don't want her to get overlooked, but we certainly appreciate her help. Any questions?
Thank you, David. Moving on to the Library Department, Miss Donna Bebout.
Here she comes.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. For the month of October, our attendance was up. We were so excited, 2,857. And our circulation was also up, 3,115. And we also issued 85 new cards. We've had a lot of people that I met at National Night Out and Old Timers Day that have come that said they've just moved to the area and needed to get a library card. So we were very happy to accommodate them. We had 19 programs for ages birth to 17 and 5 for ages 18 and up. We're building those programs back up slowly but surely. Want to talk a little bit about our Saturday movies at the library. Those also have had really good attendance. We just watched Hocus Pocus, the original, this past Saturday. We had several children who really enjoyed that. I was vacuuming today. We always have refreshments, and I was vacuuming today, and something kept hitting, and I finally looked, and there were Skittles and M&Ms that were hid in my carpet, our carpet. So it was very interesting. So we had to get down and start picking those up, but it was fun. November the 12th, we're going to be having a Charlie Brown movie marathon, and of course, it can't be November without Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving. So families, come on out, enjoy the movie. We have a wonderful TV, and it's just great to get in that meeting room and watch a good movie and have good refreshments. Tonight, I wanted to talk just a few moments about a couple of programs that we have monthly. These programs, as you know, like our story times, we have ages according to what we help present in the story times. Like on Mondays, we have homeschool story time. That's for kindergarten through 3rd grade. Miss Janice, she teaches the children the states and the capitals and the presidents. They learn it through song and dance. She reads stories that are pertinent to some of the curriculum that's going on and that they do. So it's important that we have those ages, that kindergarten through 3rd grade. We have Once Upon a Story Time on Wednesdays, and that's for our preschool children. So anyone age 2 and up to about 5 years old can come to story time, and they learn early literacy through fun songs, rhymes, puppets, stories, and so much more. And of course, through the fun of sharing books. Jammies and Stories is our one night that we have on Thursday nights at 5:30. kids and families, which we've had adults come in their pajamas, and they come and they get to listen to some great stories, and it's families of all ages. We have them from babies all the way up to grandparents, and that's just a really fun time for music, movement, dance, books, and a craft. So that's why we have these ages divided out. We understand that there are siblings that need to come along sometime, and we welcome them. But we really like to focus on the age that we are looking at that time, or that we are there for. So our Kids Crafternoon, this is one that is coordinated by a former teacher. She's a former science teacher from St. Cecilia, and this is for students grade 1st through 5th. Now, we're going to have a great program on November the 8th at 5:30. We like to do STEM in action. STEM meaning science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So when we give them crafts such as, a little show and tell here. Okay, looks adorable, doesn't it? When you look at this, do you think of STEM? Okay, but it does. They have to take the kit that is packaged up. They have to read the directions. They have to comprehend those directions, and they have to follow the directions. And therefore, after they have done all of those things, it becomes a really fun and beautiful craft. Show it around here. So this is one of the crafts that they're going to be doing. Oops, I have a turkey stuck to a turkey here. Okay, that's the Give Thanks turkey wreath. The next thing we're going to be doing is the gliding turkey. Now, it comes in a package like this. And again, they have to open the package. There's no instructions to this one. They have to use their mind and figure out how to put it together to make a glider. When they're doing this, Miss Becky's going to be talking about aerodynamics of a glider using currents of rising air called thermals. And we have a demonstration tonight, Mayor.
You already did it.
You are, oh. Did I miss it while I was talking?
You said aerodynamics.
Oh, and it came down. All right, you need to try that again. Okay, readjust the wings, readjust the tail feathers. All right.
The air conditioning breeze, we run with that all the time.
Okay, stand and go. There we go, much better. So the mayor got the aerodynamics just right. And tonight, Miss Becky sent all of the mayor and the aldermen a kit to see if you guys can put this together. And we may have to have a contest sometime to see who can make their glider go very far. I'll get it out in a moment. Okay, so do you understand why we would like to have the grades 1st through 5th? Because we want to get those things, over to them. We want them to understand, but have fun while they're doing it. And again, if younger siblings come, we welcome them. We welcome the parents to sit beside the younger siblings and help them out. One more, and I know I'm taking long tonight, and I apologize. Teens and tweens, and that's ages 11 to 17. We're going to have a program November 17th at 5:30. And our invitation says, invite a friend and have fun being creative in our do-it-yourself gift workshop. It's a great way to make gifts for families and friends. Marta and Lauren have come up with some great creative gifts that can be given away, or they can keep themselves, but they have to be very creative in it, and they have to use their imagination. Now, please note the crafts are geared for ages teens and tweens only. We may be using rubber bands that could pop a little one's finger, or scissors, or things of this sort. So this is why we have the ages 11 through 17. All we ask of the teens and tweens who are coming to provide the laughter, and we will provide the refreshments and also the supplies. Do you have any questions? And thank you for letting me go very long tonight. No questions?
Just comments is, you're awesome.
Our team is awesome.
Your team is awesome. You always correct me on that, and I do apologize.
No worries. But, you know, you surround yourself with great people, and you can do great things. And that team at the LaVergne Public Library is so creative, and it's so much fun to work with them. And that's what we do. We work together.
Thank you so much, Donna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the finance report. Ms. Tanya.
All my stuff.
It's their first time, ain't it?
Welcome, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I just want to apologize. I have no cool show and tell. I'm sorry. I'll be doing the financial report for September 30th. In the general fund, expenditures exceeded revenue by $832,000. Just a reminder, property tax bills go out October 1st, so we're expecting that revenue to increase. Local sales tax was $969,000 above budget, also $198,000 above the prior year. State street aid revenues exceeded expenditures by $262,000. Stormwater fund expenditures exceeded revenue by $98,000. In our water and sewer fund, revenues exceeded expenditures by $723,000. On your second page are our bank balances. Then on our third page, we're doing comparison to prior year. The general fund revenue was down $67,000, expenditures up $65,000. Water and sewer fund revenue was up $83,000, expenses were up $172,000, and our water sewer tap fee revenue, tap fees were down $47,000. I also wanted to make you aware, today we did receive the second half of the ARPA money, which was in the amount of $5,298,000.
That is amazing.
Questions?
Thank you so much.
You have been training good, Phyllis. She did great. Yes.
I think she did better than I did.
Next up, we have Mr. Danny Campbell with the water treatment plant.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. First, I want to say thank you to David to inviting me to go ice skating. I've been practicing my triple axel, so I'll show that off. I hope you've had the opportunity to review our monthly report for November. One thing I would like to mention is Infomark was able to take part in the Goblins and Goodies event on the 22nd, and we always enjoy doing the city events and taking part in that, so we appreciate the opportunity for that. Do you have any questions about our report?
As usual, can you speak to the customer complaints?
I sure can. In the month of November, we had one customer complaint for high pressure. And when our inspector went out to check the pressure, it was about 105 PSI. So we advised the customer to take a look at their pressure reducing valve. This seems to have failed in the open position, allowing too much pressure for their home.
Question, bleacher pump number 3.
Yes, sir.
What's going on with that?
Yeah, that went into alarm earlier this month for an overcurrent failure. We're currently working with Ecotech on what would be a better option, whether replacing the pump or purchasing a new smaller size pump that could work with the current skate upgrade project that we're going through. So we're gathering up information, speaking with the city about that and trying to find the best option for the plant that's for treatment purposes and financially responsible for that.
Thank you.
And then Danny, can you speak to the the spare super pulsator vacuum pump as far as where we are? I know that was a 6-month window, but where are we with that?
Yes, so there's been a delay in that, in the delivery of that, a postponement, so we're working with Walter A. Wood for that. They've keep updating us on, oh, it's been postponed, been postponed. The expected receipt date is the end of December at this point, so.
Okay. That's just the bearings that are bad.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
sir. And it's our spare, so we do still have the 2 working pumps, but we're waiting on that spare, so we have some redundancy.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business, second reading 2022-23, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion
To approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2022-24, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 fire impact fee fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2022-25, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2022-25, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 8, motion to approve a tender and completion agreement with United States Fire Insurance Company for the completion of the 24-inch water main project from the Stones River Roundabout to the water treatment plant. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's approved. Motion to approve a letter of intent from PG Stones River Partners for the purchase of 169 Stones River Road, Fire Station Number 41. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Motion to approve a rental agreement with Life Point Church to use their facilities for the city's annual employee Christmas party. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Last item on the agenda is going to be appoint or remove board and committee members. We have the library board with 1 term vacant. We do have 1 applicant, which is Carissa Benton. Need a motion to appoint Ms. Benton.
I'll make a motion to appoint Carissa Benton.
We have a motion to appoint Carissa Benton from Vice Mayor No. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderwoman Honeycutt.
Well, considering this is my last meeting, I jotted a few notes down. First of all, it's been an honor to be a part of this board. I'm proud of our work that we have done together and the things that we have accomplished to move this great city and community forward. I would like to thank the board for their confidence in me to serve and for our police, fire, and all of our staff and their hard work each day keeping our city safe and taking care of our residents. I'm so proud of the pay increases that we passed this year and hope they all know how much they are appreciated and how much that was well deserved. Again, it's been my pleasure to serve with you all. Well, most of you. I think with that being said, I think someone in purple would do a very good job and do well in this chair next month, and I encourage everyone to get out and vote. And speaking of the color purple, grape just so happens to be my favorite flavor of Kool-Aid. Thank you guys again.
Thank you. Alderman Coates.
Hope everyone enjoyed the trick-or-treat last night. I'd like to thank the police department for keeping our roads safe with the children around them. Appreciate that, thank you. And not to forget Veterans Day on November the 11th. And also, make sure you come out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor No.
I just want to thank Ronnie. Your second shift last Friday came out and hung out with the seniors for a Halloween party. As soon as they walked in, they got a call. They had to leave. Luckily, it was something not bad, so they were able to come back. The seniors are always glad to see men and women in uniform come in and eat with them, dance with them. And then lastly, Alderman Honey, well, no more, Miss Honeycutt. Thank you for accepting the appointment. Thank you for stepping in and stepping up. I'm sorry that your job took a turn for the worse, so to speak, for this position, and it kept you from being here quite a bit. And a lot of people don't know that this is not a real demanding position, but sometimes when you're working, it is. And we do appreciate you, and I wish you and your family the best of luck. And I know you guys are looking, and you're going to be moving, so just wanted to say thanks, and I know you've made it as much as you could, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor No. I want to take a moment and thank Chief Davis and the police department for Halloween. I saw many cops out patrolling streets with blue lights. I also saw several out handing out candy from blue buckets in their car. So that is a great way to engage the community that's out and about. And I've not heard any reports of anyone getting hurt. So that's a great thing to hear. Just want to reflect. It's been 4 years, and it's been an amazing 4 years. We've had a lot of stuff done. We've gotten the CMAQ grant, and that's going to get going now that we've accepted that contract. So we will see sidewalks and crosswalks on Murfreesboro Road. We're seeing, as far as a funded project for widening South Waldron Road, and working on improvements for both Fergus and Old Nashville. We just voted tonight on getting the 24-inch water line, which was long overdue, back on track so we can get both Hollandale and Stones River repaved and looking nice. We brought in some great retail, BJ's Wholesale, Sherman Williams, Dairy Queen, and many others are announced. Pop Shelf that just opened. And so, as always, I want to remind everybody, early voting is going on now through Thursday, 10 to 6. We've got Election Day a week from today, 7 to 7. You can vote anywhere in the county, so come out, vote, make your voices heard. It's what we want to hear. We want people engaged in this community. Too many times that doesn't happen until it's election time. So for me, let's keep the city moving forward in a positive direction that benefits everybody. With that, call this, oh, yes, we do need to mention that. Thank you, because Miss Ann has been working on this diligently. So part of our 50th anniversary, we have, each month, we have different items. So this one, we have the cookbook. It is available digitally on the city's website. You can download it, you can print out your own copies if you want, or just use it on a tablet, e-reader, however you would like to. Lots of great items and recipes from our residents in the community, some from our staff, and I've even heard that Ann Smith's going to start cooking some for us every so often.
Her and Phyllis.
So Bruce can greenlight that. But with that, let's have a great rest of the week. Call this meeting adjourned.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everybody to the LaVergne Planning Commission, October 25th, 2022 regular meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. Our first item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from September 27th, 2022 regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. First item of business, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Lieutenant Frank Walkup, Phase 1 and 2, property located off Jones Mill Road, requested by Womble and Associates, R1 Low Density Residential Zoning District. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. So staff has been looking at items 1 and 2 today, and due to the applicant's inability to meet the city's standards, they haven't been able to complete what they're supposed to complete for these subdivisions. So this would be probably the 4th month, maybe the 3rd, that they've been on this agenda. So staff's recommendation would be to make a motion to withdraw these and take them off the agenda. Then at such time that they complete their end, they can resubmit to the Planning Commission.
Very good, sir. Do we have any questions for Mr. Logan on this item? No questions. We'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to withdraw items 1 and 2.
We have a motion to withdraw items 1 and item number 2. We have a second? We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Just for the record, we're going to read item number 2. Recommendation. Item number 2 was recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for subdivision acceptance, Minerva Village Phase 1, property located off Hollandale Ridge Road, requested by Womble and Associates, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, which motion to withdraw passed. And item number 3 is deferred, Mr. Logan.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so we're going to item number 4. Site plan, Palm Commodities, new building addition totaling 5,400 square feet on 4.11 acres, requested by CIA LLC, property located at 1289 Bridgestone Parkway, tax map 17, parcel 28.04, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Fiji Strategic Realty Investors LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is a site plan request for approval for the Palm Commodities building, and this building is located at 1289 Bridgestone Parkway. And you can see here on the screen that this area outlined in blue. Of course, this lot has double frontage. It fronts Howell Quaker as well as Bridgestone Parkway. Closer look here shows the building along with the 2 roadways. They do have parking, employee parking off the Howell Quaker side. And site plan for this passed last month, which was to make some parking improvements. So that site plan did pass in September. And the other site plan was for a building addition on this southwestern side of the building. And this building addition is 5,400 square feet. And that's being added to the existing facility, which is approximately 62,800 square feet. This site is not in an overlay district. The zoning here, you can see a large area of I-2 heavy industrial zoning. So this parcel that's roughly shaped like a rectangle is the subject property. And these pictures are of the building that's existing. And shows the site with the existing employee parking. And then this is the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. And they have taken care of all of their issues from the workshop 2 weeks ago. There really were not a lot of staff comments at that workshop. They had taken care of most of the items. And that completes the report. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Logan or the applicant?
No, I just want to confirm, I'm looking at on C2.00, it looks like both entrances are 40 feet. Is that correct for staff?
That is, yes.
Okay, wonderful. That's good to see. I know that's the standard that we try to use, so that's good.
Good. That makes motion, with everything been addressed, make a motion to accept as submitted, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 5 has deferred as well, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, they have withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Thank you, sir. And item number 6 is deferred.
That's correct.
On to item number 7. Site plan, Blair Ridge Phase 1, 2, and 3 townhome development totaling 141 dwelling units and 26 two-story buildings on 15.8 acres. Requested by SEC Inc., property located at 1289 Blair Road, tax map 29, PO parcel 21.01, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by 303B Partners. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval at the Blair Ridge townhome development. This is phases 1, 2, and 3. So you can see this property here on the screen. It's on the north side of Blair Road, next to the High Point 24 site that's currently under construction. It's also neighboring the existing Van Winkle mobile home park. So you can see the property, it does have an existing home on the property that you'll see in the photos here in a few moments. So this is the property that's outlined in blue, again on the north side of Blair Road. So these photos are taken from the curve roughly where the ingress egress would be for this new townhome development. So on the hill here in this photo is that's building 1 of the High Point 24 development. So there is a stand of trees that are mature that separates these two properties, and you can see that in the photos. This is the driveway looking back toward the northwest, and this driveway leads up to that existing home that's been on the property for some time, and you can sort of see it there in the distance. Again, this is the curve that would be improved, or at least it would be softened with this development as it proceeds. So this slide shows the master plan of the whole development, and this is a total of 141 townhomes. And I didn't mention, but across the road is also under construction, which is Portico Place, and that's all single-family homes that are being constructed. So that's the other neighbor across the road. So these are the site plan sheets that are in your packets, but basically they're giving you a closer look here of the development. So this is the first breakout of this site plan, and you can see the arrangement of the streets and also all the units. And then the second slide is the remaining, or the second breakout, and this is the match line to match the two parts of the site together. And this property also had just 2 weeks ago at the workshop, and just a few technical comments, and those have also been addressed. So that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments?
Yes, sir, I've got some questions for the applicant.
Will the applicant please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, sir?
Matt Taylor of SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard.
Thank you, sir.
I can see, it looks like the little picnic area was added.
Yes, sir.
But I wanted to ask about the trash compactor.
That was supposed to be removed. Is it still showing on your plan set?
Yes, sir, I'm looking at C0.3, and it's there, and I believe it's on .2 as well. Yeah. It still shows as being there.
We can get that taken off. Maybe they printed the wrong set, but it was supposed to be taken off. We were gonna do the carts instead. That's what I worked out with my client.
And that's what it looks like on here, so that's why I was confused and wanted clarification, because it looks like there's an area marked out with what looks like black carts all over, but then you also have the
Yes.
trash compactor.
Yes, sir. That's the intention, is the carts. So we'll get the compactor taken off. I apologize.
And the mail kiosk, is that the one in the middle for the whole development?
Yes, sir.
So, well, Mr. Chairman, that was it.
Very
I
good.
have a quick question.
Please, Ms. Saunders.
I know in the last meeting, we talked about an HOA for the property.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be open to adding verbiage to your CCRs to limit the number of units that can be owned by rental companies and/or rented out? I know that's a big thing right now.
I would have to ask my client about that. We've not gotten into writing the CCRs yet, to my knowledge.
Because I know there's been an instance here in LaVergne where a company came in and bought the whole development to make it a rental
Okay.
community. So that's why I asked. I know our HOA is looking into it,
Okay.
changing our CCRs to
I'll certainly talk to my client and
percentage.
see what we can do there.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments? None. With this being its site plan, with the compactor being on there, it can come off at final, correct? Mr. Brown?
If he's willing to remove it, we'll just look at it as being removed.
Very good. With that, we'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept, submitted.
Motion to accept is submitted.
Yeah, with the.
With the understanding of the final comes back, the trash compactor will be removed.
Very good.
I will second that.
A motion
Well,
to, please.
So to accept submitted removal of the trash compactor and qualifications from the applicant for the CCRs.
Very good. Which would come out in final.
Discussion, would that not go against us not allowing,
This is a site plan, not the final.
okay, so that's fine.
Thinking contingencies. Yeah, our second still.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Next item. Site plan, Middle Tennessee Electric Membership Corporation, LaVergne Electrical Substation on 3.49 acres, requested by Reagan Smith and Associates. Property located at New Sanford Road and Industrial Boulevard, tax map 29, parcel 14, C2 Highway Service Commercial Zoning District, property owned by Middle Tennessee Electric Membership Corporation. Mr. Logan.
So this is the request for site plan approval for the substation by Middle Tennessee Electric Membership Corporation. And this is the new LaVergne substation that would be built on Industrial Boulevard and New Sanford Road there at the corner. So you can see the property here outlined in blue. And there's a closer look at this property. It is currently vacant, and I'm sure it was mentioned 2 weeks ago that this is the neighbor to the BJ's Wholesale that's currently under development in the city. So this property is about 3.5 acres, roughly. And you can see there on the zoning, it is zoned commercial C2, and the red color signifies the C2 zoning. So it is the same zoning as the BJ's Wholesale store. And this lot is not contained in the overlay district. So you can see here the frontage. This is looking toward New Sanford Road, and the substation property is on the right. They're right at, or right before you get to the traffic signal at New Sanford and Industrial. So this is what they submitted for the workshop. that you saw 2 weeks ago. It's not vastly different, but they did submit this new one, which is on the screen now. And this is zooming into that latest plan they submitted. So you can see it's not vastly different from earlier in the month, but the detention pond's in the same place. They have noted that this screening wall would be 10 feet tall, and they're showing it now better on the perimeter. But the electric transformers and the electrical equipment, of course, is still showing the same, as is the retaining walls. And I guess that's it. There weren't many comments on this one at the workshop, so everything there was addressed, and that completes the report. Thanks.
Thanks, sir. Do we have any questions or comments? Mayor Cole?
Mr. Chair, I do for the applicant.
Will the applicant please come to the podium? State your name and address for the record, sir.
Eric Parle, Reagan Smith, 315 Woodland Street, Nashville, Tennessee.
First off, can you confirm the selection y'all have for the wall for us?
Yeah, it was provided on the detail sheets. That was, I think, wall exhibit number 3 that was voted on in the workshop meeting.
Yeah, the one that was discussed?
Yep.
Okay, so it
Yep.
is number 3.
Yeah, and that
then,
image is on the detail sheet.
The other thing is, can you explain what has changed for landscaping? I know we discussed more screening, but can you just kind of explain that?
Yeah, I believe you wanted additional screening and landscaping on the east side, the right side of the plan view to screen more on BJ's side, so we provided more along that wall.
Okay, so it's more trees or bushes or?
Yeah, exactly. It was similar to what we had, we just extended it the full length of that wall.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? No? Sir?
No, I mean, he just explained the question we had, and he's answered it when he's put the beautification as requested.
I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 9, final plat, Pride Truck Sales, Waldron Road Business Park subdivision, re-subdivision of Lot 1, 2 lots on 13.8 acres, requested by SEC Inc., property located at 171 Industrial Boulevard, tax map 17-0, Group B, PO Parcel 5, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 131 Industrial Boulevard Holding Corp. Mr. Logan.
Thank you. This is the final plat request for approval at the Pride Truck Sales location on Waldron Road and, or excuse me, at 171 Industrial Boulevard, but it's just off of Waldron Road. And you can see the property here. It's roughly the shape of a backward C. Here you can see the pilot station is right off of Industrial that sort of fills up the middle here, but this property is 13.1 acres approximately, and closer view shows this site. So the plan for the parking improvements that was presented a month ago and the month before that, they have withdrawn that at least until such time as they can find an architect to help with the exterior cladding. So the site plan has been withdrawn, but this plat has stayed on the agenda for the property. See the zoning here. Again, this is the dark blue, which is I-2 heavy industrial. And these are just photos from the site. That's the existing building there with that green roof, 2-story building. And of course, a lot of the trucks there that are on site that are for sale or lease. So this is the plat that was submitted for this item, and they have fulfilled all of the staff's technical comments, and there's not anything left outstanding from the workshop. So I think that will complete the report unless Mr. Brown has anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything, Mr. Brown?
No, everything's good.
Thank you, sir. Is the applicant here for this project? Name and address for the record, kind sir.
Matt Taylor of SEC 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard.
Thank you, sir. I think the only question I remember from workshop was the 1 and the 3 on the lots.
Yes, sir. So there is already a lot 2. I think it's to the east of us, if I remember correctly, but we did look into that. So this was a lot 1 of that plat, so we skipped over 2 because it already existed.
Very good.
I just had a very basic question, so just to make sure I'm understanding this right. Bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Lot 3 is basically that whole front building and the front parking lot.
Yes, sir.
Lot 1 is essentially everything else. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to make sure of. I don't have any other questions.
So where is lot 2? Can you just explain that? Because it's a busy.
I believe it was to the east. I went back the next day and we pulled it up. I think it was to the east, if I'm not mistaken, Alderman. But it was originally part of a larger subdivision, and so I believe it's to the east, though.
No, that's the next one. East.
Yes.
Gotcha. Any other questions?
I make a motion to submit, to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted by Mayor Cole,
I'll second.
second by Alderman Coates. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item. Amend the site plan, High Point 24, create overall phasing plan for Lot 1 requested by Kimley Horn. Property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 20.06, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District. Property owned by High Point 24, Phase 1 LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this is the request for High Point 24 to amend their site plan. So the reason this is an amendment, this site plan got approved about 18 months ago. It was April of 2021, so right at a year and a half ago. And at that time, that site plan that was approved by the Planning Commission did not have any phasing shown, probably because they may have not realized at the time or even thought down the road about how these buildings would receive a CO. So the purpose then, coming back later, is that this, if you've been out there, and I know in my photos, there's several buildings that are basically ready to be occupied, and they're not able to get COs for multiple buildings on Lot 1 because as the site plan was approved, it's a very large lot. I'm just going to jump ahead. Well, these are the pictures. You probably saw these 2 weeks ago, but so yeah, these buildings are constructed and almost, some of them are close to 100% finished. They've just, we went out there last week and developed a checklist for the buildings, but essentially what they're trying to do, so this is the latest that they submitted. So this is actually what's in your packet. So Lot 1, you probably remember, so this is Blair Road at the bottom of the screen, and Lot 1 is a really irregular lot that extends all the way to I-24 and then parallels 24, then wraps back around on the north side. So it's just an odd-shaped lot, and that happens sometimes. But the issue is that they had 4 buildings on one lot, and the COs could not be issued in that manner. So what this amendment does is it takes the entire Lot 1 and puts it into phases. So you'll have Lot 1, Phase 1, Lot 1, Phase 2, Lot 1, Phase 3, and Lot 1, Phase 4. So 1 and 2, now that you've got an idea of that, I'll go back and show. So this is Building 1. So we're on Blair Road here. So that's the building that sits up high on the hill. So that's Building 1. So that would be Lot 1, Phase 1 in the plans that you have in your packet. And then as you drive in, this building is building 2, so that would be lot 1, phase 2, and so on and so forth. So that's how this became an item, and that's how this became on the agenda the way it did. This is the zoning map. I didn't go over this, but of course it's all zoned I-2. And this image shows how Lot 1 is shaped, again, with its irregular lines. Other than that, that's the change. It's not an engineering change to the site plan or an architectural change. It's just the phasing plan. And so that's the amendment, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. So with the phasing plan, they'll have to come back for us for approval for each phase. Is that correct?
Let me see. So
Phase acceptance, rather?
No, this would just basically be, if you approve this, then we will know at the building codes that when he asks for a CO for building 100, which is lot 1, phase 1, we will go out and what's in the shaded area, we'll make sure all that is completed on the site plan. And then whenever he gets ready for building 200, that'll be lot 1, phase 2. When he does building 300 and so forth. And as of right now, he's ready for building 100 and 200. So basically, lot 1, phase 1 and lot 1, phase 2 is pretty much done.
Very good. Any other questions? Anyone? Thank you for the answer.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to our next item. Item number 11, bonds, letters of credit update, sir. Mr. Brown.
Everyone should have the updated bond list in front of them. Everything is up to date. We did take a few of the maintenance bonds off because they were past the year period, and a few of them were cash bonds, so those have been given back to the developer. Pretty much, if anybody's got any questions, we can go over them. If not, then that's about it on that item.
No, sir, you've done a good job with it. Thank you. And our next item, item number 12, discussion, new zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations. Mr. Brown, Mr. Logan, who wants to take this?
I can take it. I don't have any real new information to add. I know some of you all saw the emails, I guess they were from last week. So, of course, there's a property owner area of town that is asking about their zoning. And so, I was out of town 2 weeks ago, so I don't really know what the discussion was about it at that time. But, of course, anybody that emails me, that individual asked me to share it with all of you all, so I did. I'm happy to do that. And I did invite that individual to the meeting. I don't know if they're here or not. Of course, they're not guaranteed that they can speak, but they're all welcome at any meeting, anytime, so I did invite them and said that would at least put them in the same room with the decision makers, although they may or may not be able to speak at the podium, depending on if the rules were suspended, whatnot. So that's all I have. I don't have structurally anything new to change or to add. I would say if there's some grammatical errors or a period missing, or I know maybe just a couple people have expressed that's something that could be cleaned up after this body's finished with it, and in between the time it goes to that time and the time it appears at BOMA.
Very good. Thank you, sir. So with it being a discussion, let's have a discussion amongst ourselves in regards to the emails that were received. And is that something we can technically do? Okay, very good.
You can.
So, Ms. Sanders, if you'd like to start. We'll just go down the
I've
line.
got a couple pages of things that I wanted to go over. I went back through and read word for word the whole document again. I did mark quite a few things that we can take care of. I had a few concerns. There's still things used in the document. This may be something Evan mentioned that can be changed regardless, but the way they refer to LaVergne Planning Department, Ordinance Administrator, Planning Director, things that we don't use the same terms here unless we're thinking of changing those positions and names of those buildings, Design Review Board, things like that. Did anyone else notice that?
I remember it was in there, we've discussed it a couple times, but.
Right. And I thought that was supposed to be removed before we even got this one. I know this is a draft, but it's already marked that it's been approved by both BOMA and Planning Commission in April. Some of the other issues or questions that I had was on several pages, page 6, 7, then again on 84, it talks about compact developments, and it actually describes our traditional neighborhoods as being compact mixed use. We don't even have mixed use in all of our neighborhood zoning. So to me, that's kind of a conflict that it's being referenced that way.
And that, I believe that was some of the paperwork that I had turned into Mr. Logan, was that the description and the chart didn't match. I think that's what you're noticing.
Yeah, and just the fact that they're describing in multiple areas that our goal, because I think this was in our planning principles, is we wanted compact neighborhoods with open space. I don't know, to me that doesn't fit what we're trying to accomplish. So I would certainly like to see that removed as a description. The estate residential has a 25-foot setback, but even R1 has 40. So I wasn't quite sure why. I don't remember us discussing it being 25 when you have that large of an area. I would think you would want it put back even further. On page 165 for bed and breakfast, it references that the owner or manager has to reside there. I thought we had discussed that the owner had to reside there, so I would like to see manager taken out, so it matches home businesses where the owner, like live work, the owner has to live in that live work unit. So to me, I think manager should be stricken from multiple bullet points under bed and breakfast. I also thought we did away with signs in residential areas, and it has, I think, up to a 6-foot sign. And then we left out, we had discussed that meals could only be served to the guests that were staying there, and that's not in the description in here. On page 167, carnivals are allowed in the commercial, or the central commercial district, as well as the civic institutional district, and the hours are listed from 9 a.m. to 12 a.m., but group homes and independent living facilities are allowed in those areas as well, so I would think being able to stay open until midnight might be disturbing to those two particular entities. Maybe we should adjust those hours, at least if it's Monday through Friday, what might be considered work or school type hours. On page 173, where they go through home occupation, the last blurb, it almost is like something's missing. It says and then there's nothing else. That could just be a typo. I couldn't recall any other items that we wanted added to it, but I didn't know if maybe someone else had wanted something added and it didn't go in. Then on 191, page 191, we talk about wrought iron fencing. Is the only type of fencing allowed in the overlay districts. So my question is, some of the overlay districts have some estate residential. If they want to put a fence up, is that saying that all they could do, would that also apply to homes? So they couldn't have any kind of privacy fencing if they wanted it?
It'd be wrought iron fencing for the overlay.
Yeah, that's not a privacy fence though. There wouldn't be a way to make that a privacy fence, like if they had a swimming pool or something like that?
Randolph, how does fencing with swimming pools work?
1 foot tall. And obviously, if you're looking at like wrought iron, you want to make it so that you can't pass through pickets, I guess, so to speak, between in the fencing itself, but, I mean, a lot of pools that you'll see are wrapped in wrought iron. So, you know, they're chain link, they're wooden privacy fence, they're vinyl privacy fence, they're all kinds of fences. So the only thing that is particular about the pool is the height. 4-foot barrier.
That's just a really expensive fencing. So to put that on a resident, I thought that was a little extreme. On page 196, vinyl siding is allowed for live work, but nothing else. I don't remember us discussing that. I wouldn't think it should be allowed for live work if it's not allowed for the other types of structures. On page 198, common entrances, interior corridors for apartments and condos is part of the definition. I know that was brought up by Mr. Rutledge as safety issue. I know there's been stories on the news about it being safety issues in some areas, and we have it listed as being part of our definition. So I would like to see it removed from the definition. If someone wants to request that, we can review it, but for it to be part of the definition, to me, seems like we're encouraging people to construct their buildings that way. So those are the big items I had. The other things I've got marked in here that are just, you know, spacing, typographical, that kind of thing.
Good. I myself had turned in several items, some of which you mentioned to Mr. Logan, and I really haven't received an updated one yet since then. I'm sorry, I rephrased that. I have not received it in paper. I have read it on the computer, but there were still some discrepancies that I did see along the way. Mayor Cole, any statements? Alderman?
No, I appreciate all the comments. I mean, I think we need to keep working it forward to get it where it needs to be. I mean, get it where everyone on this board is pleased with it and can accept it and move forward with it.
Mr. Campbell?
Yeah, just the typographicals and just the different things she brought up.
So board as a whole, should we ask for, we can either have a long workshop or we can have one more special meeting where we can dedicate to this hard. How does everybody feel in regards to that?
Good either way.
I'm fine with the workshop.
I'm torn on the work. I think we possibly got more done in the special meetings than we can in a workshop because our minds were able to focus directly on that, but we're all different.
My comment would be is if you want to do a special, I'm okay with that. Let's concentrate on this and get this thing together where it needs to be and get this thing put to bed.
As well, agreed. Sir?
Yeah, special workshop.
We'll go for one more special workshop and see if we can't get our I's dotted and our T's crossed, and we'll be in good shape.
Looking at the 15th or the 22nd, if you're looking at Tuesdays.
For November?
November.
For November?
Now, mind you, the 22nd is right before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And the 15th is our workshop, regular workshop for planning commission.
Oh, it is. Oh, then we have the 8th as well, then, don't we?
So,
That's board member.
Oh, no, that's election day.
yeah. Election day.
You want to leave with Bo to find out and figure a date that's going to work for not interfering with anything else?
Does Melissa need to be present?
That's up to you all.
I would
No,
appreciate
I
it.
didn't know if she,
I don't know.
I personally would appreciate it. Anyone else?
I think we need to get this pushed through, and
Yes.
we've been dragging on. Let's get everyone together and get this thing, go through it, and then let everyone mark up what we need to do, and then we get a final draft quote put together.
Very good.
The first was not a date, but if Melissa's coming, I doubt, is that a week from today?
Yeah, if the first.
So I doubt, she might be able to. Are y'all open the first?
We also have the 14th, 21st as well, which are Mondays. I don't see anything on my calendar.
I think with the changes already that Ms. Sanders has brought up, we definitely don't need to do it the first. I mean, we need to,
Yeah, I mean, it won't be ready the first.
no.
I was
are you talking about this Thursday?
Tuesday the first, the day after Halloween.
Next week.
A week from
A
today.
week from tonight.
That'd be for a special meeting.
Yeah, that's, we don't.
We wouldn't have time to get the
advertise that.
changes made and then get back to y'all to review again, and
We don't have the legal requirements to advertise that either, so the first would not be an option.
Okay, and let me back up on that, because I don't have all the changes anyway. This is new, some new information for staff.
And we need to get information to you.
I just need page number, because what I'm doing is sending it to her in Knoxville or Jefferson City. So I can't make the changes. So that meeting in September, when I stood at the podium and I think there were 41 changes, that was all sent to her, and then she turns it around and sends it back to us, and then we email you that PDF.
Right.
So I just need a list of, can you scan that and email it to me and Jake? Of your changes?
I will give you my list. I just need to give you this because
Okay.
there's probably a change on 75% of the pages as far as
Okay.
typos or spacing or that kind of thing.
Is that the most recent PDF?
That's one, it's the most recent one I received, so I assume it is the most recent one.
You should have a newer version in email.
From when?
What,
That was
2
sent
weeks
out
ago, 3 weeks
couple
ago?
weeks ago.
That's it.
Okay, this is it? Okay,
Yes.
okay. Okay, very good. All right, so, Mr.
I'll
Logan?
get that, and then compile the list and give it to her.
I know she's working on it because she emailed me today about needing some additional information.
Okay.
And so, Mr. Logan, if you'll coordinate with Ms. Melissa and try and get us a date set for a special meeting.
That's 14th of November, and what was the second date?
Mayor?
14th or the 21st, it just depends on, let me see what the calendar, I don't see anything on my on my phone's city calendar, but you just have a quick look at the website to see what is on each of those. There's a library board meeting, it looks like on the 14th at 5, but that would be over at 6, I would think. And then the 21st would
21st
be
is
out.
great.
There's the senior citizens, Parks and Rec and Greenway
Correct.
meetings on the 21st. So probably the 14th or the 22nd.
Okay, 14th or 22nd. Okay, we'll try for one of those dates.
If you can work through that and get back with us,
Yeah.
will be greatly appreciated.
If not, we'll circle around for next month or do a long workshop.
There you go.
But before we do anything with this item, because Mr. Eady had reached out to me and asked me to make a motion to suspend the rules so that his son could speak, I'm going to formally do that based on his request.
Absolutely. So
Second.
we have a motion for Mr. Eady's son,
Ryan, Mr. Ryan Eady.
for Mr. Ryan Eady to speak at the podium to suspend the rules of the Planning Commission,
Just a motion to suspend the rules.
and seconded by the mayor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Mr. Ryan, if you would please be so kind. Thank you, sir. So name and address for the record, if you don't mind.
It's Ryan Eady, 7905 Burleson Lane in Murfreesboro. Thank you for giving me a time to speak here.
Thank you, sir.
Just got a quick statement that I want to make about some property that we own. This property is 6.5 acres at the backside of the Vaughnwood subdivision at the end of Stones River Road. That land is landlocked, so to speak. We have an easement of approximately 1,250 feet going through 2 other properties to get to Stones River Road. The zoning is currently R2. I've seen pictures of that zoning being changed to the new zoning estate. So that really affects the value of our property back there. We would have 5 lots at most if the zoning was changed. Have about a half a mile of streets just to get back there to service those 5 houses. Expense would be great with the decreased value of the property that's back there. The property is currently surrounded on 2 sides by development that has 4 houses per acre approximately. I don't know that anybody would want to purchase that property. It's an investment property. If somebody wanted to purchase that, or if we decided to develop it, would want to put a house next to high-density residential area like it's currently there. And also, if it's changed to the 1 acre, the city will lose as far as taxes coming off of that amount of property or houses. So we're asking that that be removed from the estate back to the R2, which is currently is zoned now. I have, may I?
Yes, sir.
This is the
Thank you, sir. Just make sure our staff gets one for the record.
Thank you, Rob.
That's good. Yeah, that's good.
The X is the property that we own on the backside of the Vaughnwood subdivision. I've drawn a line in showing the approximate location of the easement that's coming up off of Stones River Road. And you can see that it's surrounded pretty much on 3 sides there by Lake Forest Estates, I guess is what that's called. So we wanted to keep that property as it's currently zoned R2 instead of it being changed to the estate that is proposed.
Very good. Do we have any questions or comments? So I'm going to have a question for staff.
Okay.
This is zoned R2, because I believe our email said different.
My understanding is zoned R1.
That's what I say, I think it's R1 from here.
It's currently R1.
Okay, I looked it up and it was
R2.
R2.
Whenever I'm looking at the city's website, which is not up to date fully, I know that, but it does show that as R2.
That's where I got my information
Okay,
from.
thank you.
Sure.
We just want to lock that down that it is R2. I was under the impression that it was a different zoning. Our R2 is a little bit more easier to work with at times for us, so. Myself, as a plan commissioner, once I received your email, we have a sunshine law that we cannot talk amongst each other.
Sure.
In regards to the property, but I did go to staff. Mr. Brown was kind enough to meet with me.
Okay.
And we discussed it for probably 30 minutes in the hallway. And we'll proceed forward accordingly.
Okay.
So we are listening and we are hearing you, so just
Thank
bear
you,
with
that's
us.
all we ask.
Please keep in touch with Mr. Logan.
Okay.
So that if we have a special workshop, which we just discussed, that you and your father can be there.
Sure.
And we will happily take any input from you, and you can know firsthand what's going on with your property, not only just for yourself, but any citizen is welcome to participate and give us input.
Okay.
So, but thank you very much. That is
Thank you for your
exactly
time. Appreciate
what we
you.
needed. Thank you. So we will carry that discussion on to workshop.
Back into regular rules.
Oh,
You don't have a vote. You just say we're gonna go back into regular rules.
Oh, okay. So we're going back to our regular meeting rules and suspending it so the customer could speak with us. Thank you very much once again. If there's any questions or comments from the board? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is November 1st, 2022, and it is at 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. Tonight, the prayer will be with Vice Mayor No, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Dr. Bill Burns. If everyone will please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Let us pray. Our most graciously and heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with humble hearts, open minds, bowed heads. Lord, we would ask that you watch over our fair city. Thank you so much for an incredible, beautiful day in your world, because we know that without you, nothing is possible. Lord, we ask that you help this board make decisions that will benefit all of LaVergne and its citizens. And these things we ask through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Dr. Burns?
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Bill Burns. I'm a retired Army doctor with 12 years prior service in the Navy. If there are any veterans here tonight, would you please raise your hand and be recognized? Okay, thank you very much. Ladies, there's a small token of appreciation. I'd like you to take dinner and be back. Okay. All personnel in uniform and veterans, hand salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burns. First item is to approve the minutes from the October 6th, 2022 regular meeting.
Make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Davis with the Police Department.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, you have your crime summary for the month of October in your packet here. Just like a broken record here, same thing every month. This month, we had 10 cases where motor vehicles were broken into, and all 10 of those motor vehicles were left unlocked, resulting in one firearm being stolen out of that vehicle in the hands of a criminal in the city now. Also in the package, you see activity from the officers. As you can see, our numbers are getting a whole lot better now that we are sufficiently staffed. You can see 101,382 traffic stops, 26 DUI arrests, 36 arrests for drug violations. I will add that these stats are being put online as well, so any member of the community can look at that as well. Any questions?
How's Blue Sentinel going?
I'm sorry?
Blue Sentinel, how is that going?
Blue Sentinel's going good. We're in our phase 2. Right now, we're in the process of getting the cameras installed up by I-24. That's the easiest because there's already meters on the poles there. So that's going to be the easiest. The others that we're getting put up, because there's no power or poles that we can use, we're having to kind of go back and punt and get solar panels. That's what I'm trying to say. Get solar panels for those things so we can power it that way, which I think that's the way we'll go forward in the future, to where we just use solar power to power those. But other than that, we're moving right along with that.
Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Fire Department, Chief Beasley.
Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor, Alderman. I trust that y'all have had an opportunity to review the reports, and as you can see, there's no new trends. We're on par with everything that we do month to month. Nothing unusual to talk about within the reports. I do have a couple of things worth mentioning that are happening this week and next week, if y'all don't mind. Obviously, we know that there's a groundbreaking for new Fire Station 41. This week is a monumentous occasion. Obviously, it's long overdue, and thank you to the board, mayor, and aldermen for securing the funds to make that happen. Additionally, we have next week 4 recruits graduating fire school. It'll be the first time the LaVergne Fire and Rescue has invested in a fire school itself. So with these 4 people that are graduating, 4 people that have done exceptionally well. Been on campus with them multiple times in the last 10 weeks that they've been there and watched and participated in their training. Our fire instructors have been part of the recruit training, so we've not just sent somebody off to be trained, so we participated in that. It's a great partnership between Murfreesboro Fire and Rescue and Lebanon Fire Department, so it's a great product. 2 of those individuals came from our Fire Explorer program, so we've invested in this community and continue to do good work with those young people in the high school.
It's great to hear.
Do y'all have any questions?
Thank you, sir. Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the numbers for you for the month for the Parks Department in front of you. 85 help desk tickets, 708 hours devoted to those. You see some of our projects. We're doing a little kind of a spring cleaning, fall cleaning, I guess, at the Parks Department, paint some offices in the shop area. You see our past events, October 15th, we wrapped up the Fall Ball Clinic that Saturday with a scrimmage day. October 22nd, we had Goblins and Goodies followed by a zombie night. Unfortunately, we did have to cancel the movie due to the wind conditions. We are working on something in the future that hopefully we won't have to do that again. Upcoming events, Veterans Day, November the 11th. Parade of Lights and the Winter Festival is December 3rd. You can see some of the events at the Senior Center upcoming. Lunch at Asuka. November 17th will be their Thanksgiving dinner. Upcoming meetings, Park and Rec on November 21st and the Greenway on the 21st. Park and Rec at 6, Greenway at 7. Veterans Day is November the 11th. That ceremony will take place at 11 o'clock at Veterans Memorial Park. Weather permitting at the wall, if we run into some rain, we will move that to Pavilion A as we have in the past. Flags can be purchased for $10. They will be displayed during the ceremony. Those are yours to take home after the ceremony. Your veterans' information will be displayed on those. Bricks for the wall are still available. They're $35. Each brick, up to 4 lines, 21 characters per line. Forms are available on the city's webpage, or you can call the Parks office at 615-793-3224. Snow rink, we're planning on setting that back up. We plan to open up on December 1st. It'll run through the 17th. Thursday through Sunday will be the days of operation. Thursday will be 4 to 8, Saturday 12 to 8. Sunday will be from 1 to 5. That Sunday, December 4th, that 1 p.m. time slot right now is going to be limited to families with special needs. So if we have a good turnout and we need to extend that further, we will. So that's something new we're going to try this year to try to offer a little something for everyone. We're not going to have online registration this year. It's all going to be in person. I don't think the rink wasn't full enough last year to kind of warrant online registration this year. We will be accepting canned goods and unopened and unwrapped toys that we will donate those to the PD for Christmas. Any questions?
David, the size of the rink, is that increased from last year?
It will. It'll double. Well, I won't say double. It'll increase by 50%. So last year it held roughly 48 skaters is what it was rated for. So this year that number should increase. At no time last year did we have 48 skaters on there, but it will give a little more opportunity that if we do run into that, we can open it up and possibly have more toddlers out there at the same time.
Okay, and who are the guest speakers for Veterans Day, the veterans that are speaking?
They are Tabitha and Ross Howard. That's the things I did not have written down here. And I think, you may know this, I think we have one more lined up. And you're going to have to help me out with that one.
Steve?
Kathy told me, and
you and I are in the same boat?
Kathy is God sent, and it's almost like you don't worry about it.
I think when you start to lose your hair, it kind of affects your memory also. So we'll blame it on that.
Here we go. Did the other part of the rink come in?
It's supposed to be here Friday.
Okay.
It's supposed to, the delivery truck is set up to pick it up tomorrow. It's still in customs. It's been in customs for 2 weeks. So Friday is supposed to be our delivery date. So last year, there was no issue once customs released it with it getting in here within a day. I think I did skip over the parade lights and the Winter Festival. That will begin at City Hall. It ends at Veterans Park with a tree lighting, fireworks, snow rink, and craft and food vendors will be set up.
I sent you a text message or an email about Fox had put it on there that it would start at Veterans Park and go the other direction.
Yes, sir, and in the front part of that media release, they had it right, so how it got kind of backwards at the bottom, yeah, it's beyond me.
Now, David, is Chief Beasley going to be out demonstrating his ice skating prowess like last year?
I'm gonna practice. I'm coming for you.
Is that hip recovered?
It is.
And then will Doug from Public Works, will he be doing the figure skating again this year?
That was the plan. I think he kind of offered, and I think Danny also said he was going to come out since he has a hard hat and a vest.
Nice.
So we should be
Well,
good.
they can show the lift.
Yes, sir.
I guess the only thing left is to put Michael in the Duncan booth.
One last thing before I go, I definitely would like to thank Ann Smith for her hard work and diligence, keeping our events posted and getting those pictures out to the public so they can see what a good turnout we've had. Don't want her to get overlooked, but we certainly appreciate her help. Any questions?
Thank you, David. Moving on to the Library Department, Miss Donna Bebout.
Here she comes.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. For the month of October, our attendance was up. We were so excited, 2,857. And our circulation was also up, 3,115. And we also issued 85 new cards. We've had a lot of people that I met at National Night Out and Old Timers Day that have come that said they've just moved to the area and needed to get a library card. So we were very happy to accommodate them. We had 19 programs for ages birth to 17 and 5 for ages 18 and up. We're building those programs back up slowly but surely. Want to talk a little bit about our Saturday movies at the library. Those also have had really good attendance. We just watched Hocus Pocus, the original, this past Saturday. We had several children who really enjoyed that. I was vacuuming today. We always have refreshments. And I was vacuuming today, and something kept hitting, and I finally looked, and there were Skittles and M&Ms that were hid in my carpet, our carpet. So it was very interesting. So we had to get down and start picking those up, but it was fun. November the 12th, we're going to be having a Charlie Brown movie marathon, and of course, it can't be November without Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving. So families, come on out, enjoy the movie. We have a wonderful TV, and it's just great to get in that meeting room and watch a good movie and have good refreshments. Tonight, I wanted to talk just a few moments about a couple of programs that we have monthly. These programs, as you know, like our story times, we have ages according to what we help present in the story times. Like on Mondays, we have homeschool story time. That's for kindergarten through 3rd grade. Miss Janice, she teaches the children the states and the capitals and the presidents. They learn it through song and dance. She reads stories that are pertinent to some of the curriculum that's going on and that they do. So it's important that we have those ages, that kindergarten through 3rd grade. We have Once Upon a Story Time on Wednesdays, and that's for our preschool children. So anyone age 2 and up to about 5 years old can come to story time, and they learn early literacy through fun songs, rhymes, puppets, stories, and so much more. And of course, through the fun of sharing books. Jammies and Stories is our one night that we have on Thursday nights at 5:30. Kids and families, which we've had adults come in their pajamas, and they come and they get to listen to some great stories, and it's families of all ages. We have them from babies all the way up to grandparents, and that's just a really fun time for music, movement, dance, books, and a craft. So that's why we have these ages divided out. We understand that there are siblings that need to come along sometime, and we welcome them. But we really like to focus on the age that we are looking at that time, or that we are there for. So our Kids Crafternoon, this is one that is coordinated by a former teacher. She's a former science teacher from St. Cecilia, and this is for students grade 1st through 5th. Now, we're going to have a great program on November the 8th at 5:30. We like to do STEM in action. STEM meaning science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So when we give them crafts such as, a little show and tell here. Okay, looks adorable, doesn't it? When you look at this, do you think of STEM? Okay, but it does. They have to take the kit that is packaged up. They have to read the directions. They have to comprehend those directions, and they have to follow the directions. And therefore, after they have done all of those things, it becomes a really fun and beautiful craft. Show it around here. So this is one of the crafts that they're going to be doing. Oops, I have a turkey stuck to a turkey here. Okay, that's the Give Thanks turkey wreath. The next thing we're going to be doing is the gliding turkey. Now, it comes in a package like this. And again, they have to open the package. There's no instructions to this one. They have to use their mind and figure out how to put it together to make a glider. When they're doing this, Miss Becky's going to be talking about aerodynamics of a glider using currents of rising air called thermals. And we have a demonstration tonight, Mayor.
You already did it.
You are, oh. Did I miss it while I was talking?
You said aerodynamics.
Oh, and it came down. All right, you need to try that again. Okay, readjust the wings, readjust the tail feathers. All right.
The air conditioning we run with that all the time.
Okay, stand and go. There we go, much better. So the mayor got the aerodynamics just right. And tonight, Miss Becky sent all of the mayor and the aldermen a kit to see if you guys can put this together. And we may have to have a contest sometime to see who can make their glider go very far. I'll get it out in a moment. Okay, so do you understand why we would like to have the grades 1st through 5th? Because we want to get those things, over to them. We want them to understand, but have fun while they're doing it. And again, if younger siblings come, we welcome them. We welcome the parents to sit beside the younger siblings and help them out. One more, and I know I'm taking long tonight, and I apologize. Teens and tweens, and that's ages 11 to 17. We're going to have a program November 17th at 5:30. And our invitation says, invite a friend and have fun being creative in our do-it-yourself gift workshop. It's a great way to make gifts for families and friends. Marta and Lauren have come up with some great creative gifts that can be given away, or they can keep themselves, but they have to be very creative in it, and they have to use their imagination. Now, please note the crafts are geared for ages teens and tweens only. We may be using rubber bands that could pop a little one's finger, or scissors or things of this sort. So this is why we have the ages 11 through 17. All we ask of the teens and tweens who are coming to provide the laughter, and we will provide the refreshments and also the supplies. Do you have any questions? And thank you for letting me go very long tonight. No questions?
Just comments is, you're awesome.
Our team is awesome.
Your team is awesome. You always correct me on that, and I do apologize.
No worries. But, you know, you surround yourself with great people, and you can do great things. And that team at the LaVergne Public Library is so creative, and it's so much fun to work with them. And that's what we do. We work together.
Thank you so much, Donna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the finance report. Ms. Tanya.
All my stuff.
It's their first time, ain't it?
Welcome, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I just want to apologize. I have no cool show and tell. I'm sorry. I'll be doing the financial report for September 30th. In the general fund, expenditures exceeded revenue by $832,000. Just a reminder, property tax bills go out October 1st, so we're expecting that revenue to increase. Local sales tax was $969,000 above budget, also $198,000 above the prior year. State street aid revenues exceeded expenditures by $262,000. Stormwater fund expenditures exceeded revenue by $98,000. In our water and sewer fund, revenues exceeded expenditures by $723,000. On your second page are our bank balances. Then on our third page, we're doing comparison to prior year. The general fund revenue was down $67,000, expenditures up $65,000. Water and sewer fund revenue was up $83,000. Expenses were up $172,000, and our water sewer tap fee revenue, tap fees were down $47,000. I also wanted to make you aware, today we did receive the second half of the ARPA money, which was in the amount of $5,298,000.
That is amazing.
Questions?
Thank you so much.
You have been training good, Phyllis. She did great. Yes.
I think she did better than I did.
Next up, we have Mr. Danny Campbell with the water treatment plant.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. First, I want to say thank you to David to inviting me to go ice skating. I've been practicing my triple axel, so I'll show that off. I hope you've had the opportunity to review our monthly report for November. One thing I would like to mention is Infomark was able to take part in the Goblins and Goodies event on the 22nd, and we always enjoy doing the city events and taking part in that, so we appreciate the opportunity for that. Do you have any questions about our report?
As usual, can you speak to the customer complaints?
I sure can. In the month of November, we had one customer complaint for high pressure. And when our inspector went out to check the pressure, it was about 105 PSI. So we advised the customer to take a look at their pressure reducing valve. This seems to have failed in the open position, allowing too much pressure for their home.
Question, bleacher pump number 3.
Yes, sir.
What's going on with that?
Yeah, that went into alarm earlier this month for an overcurrent failure. We're currently working with Ecotech on what would be a better option, whether replacing the pump or purchasing a new smaller size pump that could work with the current skate upgrade project that we're going through. So we're gathering up information, speaking with the city about that and trying to find the best option for the plant that's for treatment purposes and financially responsible for that.
Thank you.
And then Danny, can you speak to the spare super pulsator vacuum pump as far as where we are? I know that was a 6-month window, but where are we with that?
Yes, so there's been a delay in that, in the delivery of that, a postponement, so we're working with Walter A. Wood for that. They've keep updating us on, oh, it's been postponed, been postponed. The expected receipt date is the end of December at this point, so.
Okay. That's just the bearings that are bad.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
sir. And it's our spare, so we do still have the 2 working pumps, but we're waiting on that spare, so we have some redundancy.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business, second reading 2022-23, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2022-24, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 fire impact fee fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2022-25, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2022-2023 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2022-25, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Number 8, motion to approve a tender and completion agreement with United States Fire Insurance Company for the completion of the 24-inch water main project from the Stones River Roundabout to the water treatment plant. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Honeycutt. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion's approved. Motion to approve a letter of intent from PG Stones River Partners for the purchase of 169 Stones River Road, Fire Station Number 41. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Motion to approve a rental agreement with Life Point Church to use their facilities for the city's annual employee Christmas party. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Honeycutt. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Last item on the agenda is going to be appoint or remove board and committee members. We have the library board with 1 term vacant. We do have 1 applicant, which is Carissa Benton. Need a motion to appoint Ms. Benton.
I'll make a motion to appoint Carissa Benton.
We have a motion to appoint Carissa Benton from Vice Mayor No. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to mayor and alderman comments. Alderwoman Honeycutt.
Well, considering this is my last meeting, I jotted a few notes down. First of all, it's been an honor to be a part of this board. I'm proud of our work that we have done together and the things that we have accomplished to move this great city and community forward. I would like to thank the board for their confidence in me to serve and for our police, fire, and all of our staff and their hard work each day keeping our city safe and taking care of our residents. I'm so proud of the pay increases that we passed this year and hope they all know how much they are appreciated and how much that was well deserved. Again, it's been my pleasure to serve with you all. well, most of you. I think, with that being said, I think someone in purple would do a very good job and do well in this chair next month, and I encourage everyone to get out and vote. And speaking of the color purple, grape just so happens to be my favorite flavor of Kool-Aid. Thank you guys again.
Thank you. Alderman Coates.
Hope everyone enjoyed the trick or treat last night. I'd like to thank the police department for keeping our roads safe with the children out there. Appreciate that. Thank you. And not to forget Veterans Day on November the 11th. And also make sure you come out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor No.
I just want to thank Ronnie. Your second shift last Friday came out and hung out with the seniors for our Halloween party. As soon as they walked in, they got a call. They had to leave. Luckily, it was something not bad, so they were able to come back. The seniors are always glad to see men and women in uniform come in and eat with them, dance with them. And then lastly, Alderman Honey, well, no more, Miss Honeycutt. Thank you for accepting the appointment. Thank you for stepping in and stepping up. I'm sorry that your job took a turn for the worse, so to speak, for this position, and it kept you from being here quite a bit. And a lot of people don't know that this is not a real demanding position, but sometimes when you're working, it is. And we do appreciate you, and I wish you and your family the best of luck. And I know you guys are looking, and you're going to be moving, so just wanted to say thanks, and I know you've made it as much as you could, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor No. I want to take a moment and thank Chief Davis and the police department for Halloween. I saw many cops out patrolling streets with blue lights. I also saw several out handing out candy from blue buckets in their car. So that is a great way to engage the community that's out and about. And I've not heard any reports of anyone getting hurt. So that's a great thing to hear. Just want to reflect. It's been 4 years, and it's been an amazing 4 years. We've had a lot of stuff done. We've gotten the CMAQ grant, and that's going to get going now that we've accepted that contract. So we will see sidewalks and crosswalks on Murfreesboro Road. We're seeing, as far as a funded project for widening South Waldron Road, and working on improvements for both Fergus and Old Nashville. We just voted tonight on getting the 24-inch water line, which was long overdue, back on track so we can get both Hollandale and Stones River repaved and looking nice. We brought in some great retail, BJ's Wholesale, Sherman Williams, Dairy Queen, and many others are announced. Pop Shelf that just opened. And so, as always, I want to remind everybody, early voting is going on now through Thursday, 10 to 6. We've got Election Day a week from today, 7 to 7. You can vote anywhere in the county, so come out, vote, make your voices heard. It's what we want to hear. We want people engaged in this community. Too many times that doesn't happen until it's election time. So for me, let's keep the city moving forward in a positive direction that benefits everybody. With that, called this, oh, yes, we do need to mention that. Thank you, because Miss Ann has been working on this diligently. So part of our 50th anniversary, we have, each month, we have different items. So this one, we have the cookbook. It is available digitally on the city's website. You can download it, you can print out your own copies if you want, or just use it on a tablet, e-reader, however you would like to. Lots of great items and recipes from our residents in the community, some from our staff, and I've even heard that Ann Smith's going to start cooking some for us every so often.
Her and Phyllis.
So Bruce can greenlight that. But with that, let's have a great rest of the week. Call this meeting adjourned.